Ever thought if you can be able to build a full stack fintech application using only React? Okay, hello guys. So my name is Yatunye Bran and welcome back to Coding with Bran. So today we are going to be building a fintech application using only React for the front end and Node for the back end, and our database of choice is going to be Neon. So the aim of this application is to allow someone to invest and save their money, but in this whole tutorial we're going to only be focusing on the part of investment. So this dashboard comprises of three dashboards. So we have the admin dashboard, we have the borrower dashboard, and the lender dashboard. So in our application, the lender will be able to lend money to the borrower, and the borrower will be able to bring back the money with a particular interest that is set in the system, or a particular interest that the borrower have set for themselves. So this application is going to be very easy to make, and it's not going to be very complex. So let me show you our features. So this is the home page of our application. You can see how it looks. Like, I didn't dwell so much on the styles. I just wanted to only focus on the part of building the application. So when you press this sign in, here you'll be directed to the sign in page. You can see welcome back, and then you have this part. But if you don't have an account, you can come here and you can be able to register by entering your full name, your email, password, and your role here. So the roles I've told you are two, either a borrower or a lender. So you can register here as a borrower or you can register as a lender. So, but since I have an account, because I'll be building this application for a while, let me just enter here. Okay, now this is my right credentials, but let me change the last one. Then I include a wrong password so that you can give me an error. I want you to see it. You can see I'm getting an error. But if I put the right one, then yeah, I'm in. So also you can see it here. I'm being directed to the admin dashboard. Okay. So in this dashboard, it's very simple, very easy. Like, I've not implemented very complex things. You have this part of the sidebar, you have this part of the dashboard. Here you'll be able to see like the total loans in our system, the active loans, the total users, and the new users. So here the new part of the new users, a user will be considered to be new if they're joining into our system is less than 7 days. Also you have this part of the users. So as an admin, you can be able to, so here like I did a lot of CRUD operations here. So as an admin, you can be able to maybe change the role of a particular user. You can be able to see if the user is active or not. You can be able to deactivate a particular user or even delete a particular user. Okay, so what you're going to do is let me take example this part, this one here. You can change here from maybe from borrower to lender. You can see it there. So like by doing that, you have been able to change their role. So if they log in again, they'll be having their role will be over lender. And also you can be able to change here for them to become an admin. Very simple. And here from this point until you say there, can be able to activate or deactivate this user. So if I press this part of deactivate, you can see like also the status changes to inactive. So I'm able to activate or deactivate a particular user. Also here I can be able to delete a particular user. Let's just delete this part of user who is inactive. You can see we have deleted it. Also we can able to delete any user. Can also be able to delete this. Let's delete this. Yeah. So here here's the admin. You'll be able to manage the particular user and also change their role appropriately. Also you have the part of loan management. So here in the loan management, you as the admin, you'll be able to get all the in this section you'll be able to get all the loans that the borrower is requesting for. If the borrower is requesting for a particular amount, you'll be able to get it here, and we'll be able to reject a particular loan, or we'll be able to approve it appropriately on this part of the loan management. Also, you have in the part of the reports. So in this part of the reports, you'll be able to see like all the loans in our system. So as you can see, you have only two loans, and that is as per, let me show you, as per the loan management, we have only 2 loans in our system here. That is which one, the first one I rejected it, and then the second one like I approved it. And then in this reports, you'll be able to see like we only have 2 loans. Then overdue loans, we don't have it, and then active loans are still 0, like that. Also, if you come to this part of submit notification, so here as the admin, like you'll be able to submit a particular notification to a particular user. So you can come here and then you can select any user that you want. Okay, any user. But in future, if you want to develop this further, you can be able to maybe give these users also, you can be able also to be fetching also their status, if they are a borrower or an admin or maybe a lender. But as for now, I've been able just to fetch or get all the users, so you can be able to choose a particular user. Example, you can choose maybe, let's say this James here. And then after choosing James, you can be able to send a particular message to James. So you can say maybe James testing, something like that. So, and then here you'll be able to send the particular notification. You can see here the messages, notification was sent successfully. I want you to put this in mind. So we have written this part of the notification. We have written this word here. So I've sent that. So we are going to check that later on our borrower or our lender dashboard with John's credentials, and I'm going to see that specific notification there. Also, we have this part of the settings. So here in the settings, as the admin, you'll be able to set the default interest rate. You'll be able to set also the repayment term and also the fees. So interest rate are those, like let's say example, if you borrow 500 USD, then the particular interest rate can be maybe 8% or 5%, and then the repayment term is by like which month, after which month, maybe you can see like after 6 months you're supposed to pay a particular amount, and then after that, after 6 months are over, then that loan becomes overdue. So you have the fees that is in terms of like the fees are in the system. Example, like if a borrower lends, like if a borrower gets the loan from the lender, then if they repay it back with an interest rate, then in the application you can be able to put maybe a particular fee from which you'll be able to get it from the interest gotten. Yeah, so you can use this as a banking system, or maybe you can use it as a Saas. You can develop it much better, and then you can develop it further and then use it as your Saas. Okay, also we have this part of the support. So here in the support, as the admin, you should be able to get all the support requests from both the lender and the admin, from the lender and the borrower. Yeah, here in the part of the support request. Yeah, so those are all the things here on the part of the dashboard of the admin. Now if you come to this part, now this one contains the part of the lender. So what you can do is let us log in with the lender's detail, because I had logged in before. Come here, then, or even you can just register here as a lender. Let me show you. You can register here as a lender. Let's say maybe which lender, maybe let's say James do. Yeah. Then here we can maybe say James dot do test.com. Then here in the password you can just add some random password. So let me just copy this. So you can put this as the lender, then you can register here. So you're going to find like this person has been able to register, but yeah, like I haven't included that part of me whereby if the data is sent, like this data is supposed to clear itself. Yeah, but this person already has registered. So what you can do is, let's copy this and then try to enter with this credential that you have just included right now. You can add that one there. Yeah, you can see everything is okay, so close it. You can add that there. Then you can add that particular, like that. You can see now you're being directed to this lender, then dashboard. If you come to the part of the profile, you'll be able to see like which person logged in. So here, first of all, we have this part of the profile. You can be able to change maybe your first name, last name, then phone number, address, and your bio, a specific bio. Okay, so yeah, that's how the part of the lender is very simple. Also, if you come here, you can be able to register as register as a borrower. Let me first show you something here. You can also try to register as a borrower. You can also just add then let's add some random data, some random password, and then by default, if you don't include the role, then by default it's usually set to borrower. So if you press that, it's supposed to be directed, and let's just do it. Okay, so let's copy this. Then let's come to this point, include that, then also let's include the password. You can see you have logged in successfully. But if you come to the profile, I want you to see something. You can see like the name is borrower as you had written, and then the part of the email is the borrower at test.com as you had written. But here also you can be able to like update this profile as you want. So you can change it from borrower and just include this testing YouTube like that. Yeah, like that, and then just leave the password as the email as that. But also you can be able to edit the email there. So and then you press the update. So you can see here profile updated successfully. Okay, so if you want to know if the profile is updated successfully, you can just refresh. Or still the same, if you want to know if the profile has been updated successfully, you can copy the whole of this email. Then let's return to the part of sign in. And show you, yeah, to this part of the sign in, and then you can add. Then we're going to add now the particular password. Yeah, like that. So if you come to this profile again, you can see still like the name is test YouTube, and also you have the part of the email like that. Okay, yeah. So now I want to log in using a particular borrower's another credential, because I want to show you something, the particular credential that we had sent the notification to. So from this point, what you can do is I want to log in using this. Yeah, so let me, yeah, so I've logged in using that. So let me just show you the features of, okay, we're getting this part. I'm getting this error here. The password like is leaked because the password like that I've used is very easy and just contains number and it's very random, so that's why. But if you include a password that is very complex, then you won't get that kind of thing. So if you come here to this part of the borrower, so here the borrower can be able to to ask for a loan, can be able to also see their profile, to see the notifications that they have been sent, like the admin has sent. Also here, if you haven't registered, or if you want to register again, you can be able to register also. And here we have the part of the repayments. So as a borrower, if you get the particular, okay, let me show you. Here in the part of the repayment, after you've gotten the particular loan, you can repay. So you have the part of the user management, but this one you're getting 401 error. So you have the part of the loans. So this contains all the loans of this person. You can see. So this person, you can see, like had requested 15,000, and then he wanted to pay the loan after 6 months, and this was the purpose of the loan, but we rejected it and then we approved it later. Don't know if you can remember it from this part. Let me show you this part of loan management. You can see these were the loans that we had gotten, which we rejected one, then another one we approved. So you can see it from this borrower's side. Like we rejected one of the loan and then we approved the other one. Yeah. Now another part that I want to show you is, first of all, this loan request. So in this loan request, what you can do is the borrower can come here and then include a particular amount that they want to ask or they want to borrow. So a borrower can come and then write maybe 300, and borrower here can write maybe term, like after how long they are going to pay the particular loan. Okay, so you can include maybe 9 months. You just include 9, and then by default it's months. Then you give the purpose of the loan that you want. Maybe you can say maybe purpose of the loan maybe just for wasting, and then the particular interest. Now here, like here, the borrower can set the particular interest that they think would be appropriate. Okay, they can set their particular interest, but remember, like also the system has a particular interest rate, interest. Okay, so you can set maybe 2, then it become 2% by default. And then here you're going to realize you will be required to mark here this recaptcha, so as to prevent abuse, to prevent someone from using a bot or maybe someone abusing this application. So if you try to submit without checking that part, it's going to give you an error. So let me add this payment schedule, maybe let's say maybe 10. Yeah, so if you try to submit without marking that part, you can see it gives you this error, which is please complete the recaptcha. So you must first of all check that recaptcha to be able to send the data. So here you just tick it, then let's wait for it to do its thing. You can see, so the recaptcha is complete. So from this point you can submit the particular request, and you can see here the loan request was submitted successfully. Okay, good. So that's where the borrower can be able to request a particular loan. Also, I've shown you this part of the profile. You have this part of the notification whereby they can be able to to see the particular notification that the admin have sent them. Also have this part of the register. This is whereby if you are an admin, if you are a borrower and you want to register again, you can be able to register here, and also using your email again and your password, and also you can be able to change your state from the borrower to the lender if you want to register twice. Okay, yeah. So also you have the part of the repayment. So here in the repayment, let's say like you've borrowed a particular amount and you want to repay it. So there are two ways of repaying. You can repay it using our system here, or you can repay it using Paystack. So for those who don't know what Paystack is, so Paystack is just a payment platform. It's very popular in Africa, and I think like also like become very popular in the world, and it's very easy to implement it as a developer. Like as compared to PayPal, like it's very easy. Like it just took me like 1 hour to learn how to implement PayPal payment, and then I was able to do it. Like, it's very simple to use it as a developer. So you have this part of repayment, so you can add the particular repayment that you want. Let's say maybe 200, and then here you can add the date. So today is on date 21. Okay, 21. Oh, let's just write, let it continue to be 2 like that, and then here the 12. Then you can add here maybe it's 2045 or yeah, something like that. Yeah, so something like that. And now we can add now the particular loan ID. So remember, like, all loans have an ID. Okay, so you can add here maybe, I don't know if loan ID with 2 exists, so but you can try here to repay. Failed submit payment, please try again. So that means loan with ID 2 doesn't exist. So let's try 1. Okay, so here we are having an issue because it seems loan with ID 1 doesn't exist. So let's come here. Okay. Yeah, but if you include, like, let's say in future you can be able to implement a particular section, or you can be able to implement a particular section whereby you can be able to fetch all the loans that this particular user with this ID has. Okay, instead of just adding a particular loan. Okay, yeah, but I haven't implemented that part yet. So also you can be able, but this part works if you include the particular loan ID, the correct one. Yeah, also we have this part of another action if you want to pay using Paystack. Okay, so in this part of paying using Paystack, you're going to be required to include your particular email. So here in the email, I'm going to include my email that is very common that almost everyone knows, but please don't spam me. Okay, yeah, I'm a good person. Okay, so you can come here and then you can add now the particular amount that you want. Let's say if you want to add maybe 200. And also the best thing, you can be able to choose the particular currency. You can add the USD, you can add here the Naira, you can add the CD, you can add the Kenyan shillings or the Rand. So but here I'm going to choose the Kenyan shillings, because remember, when you create an account with Paystack, you'll be told to choose the particular country that you are from. So based on the country that you are from, is going to convert, like, any amount that you use is going to convert it, like, from your currency to the other currency. I don't know if you're understanding. Okay, so I've added here like 200. Then I can let me try to pay it. So if I press that, let's just switch a second. So the best thing also about Paystack is that you can be able to pay either using your mobile, by adding your mobile number, or by adding your bank details. But remember, here we are on the test mode. Okay, so you can see here. So here we are being told, you can see, like, also this number is okay. Also this number is a number that is just a test number from Kenya. So you have the Kenyan flag here. So it asks you, like, to pay the 200 shillings. So if you press that to pay that money, if you press the button, you can see here, like, it's processing the amount after some validation there. After the timer completes there, you can see there, like, it has completed paying their particular amount. Okay. Also, you can just include also here, maybe let's say it's just 2,000. Yeah, maybe 2,000. You want to pay it. If you press it like that, I want to show you something. That's why I've created it twice. So from this point also, I want you to see you can pay here by just adding your number, or you can come to this part of the card. This part of the card, you can be able now to add this feature. Okay, you can, but from this point, let's just pay using our number. But this is not my number. This is just for testing purposes. You can see here, pay that 2,000. Also, let's just wait for this timer to finish. From that point, you can see payment successful. Okay, now after payment is successful, you'll be able to receive a particular receipt based on this particular email that you had included there. So here, this is the email that you're going to include where you will be able to get the particular receipt, and this particular email is the email that you used in registering into Paystack. Okay, so if you come to your your email or your Gmail, you're going to be able to see now those receipts. Let me show you here. So those receipts like are in real time, and you can be able to see those receipts. And the best thing is that we are recording those receipts in our database. So if you come here, if you come to this point, want to see, let's wait for it to open. I don't know if, okay, like it's taking a lot of time to open, but I don't know if you can see here, we have this Paystack receipt, and then this one with that email, and also you can see the payment of 2000 from this. Also you have this another one, Paystack receipt from like the receipt from Zawadi. Then you have that part. Okay, so like these are all the Paystack receipts that you have been receiving. Okay, so my email is taking a while to open, but let's continue. So you can see like how you are able also to get that particular receipt here. So it has opened, so you can see here, you can see it from here. So it says like this receipt is for a test transaction, no real money was debited, like that. So you can see like here it says like Zawadi received your payment of 2000. Also you have we have the reference ID, we have the date. So today is on 21st September, and then the mobile number. So but since it was a test mobile number, we have it like that. Okay, yeah, so you can see like everything works perfectly, and this receipt are automated and real time. So after having paid the particular amount, like those details are recorded in our database also. Okay, yeah, those receipt number are being recorded in our database. So that's where the borrower can be able to repay the particular amount. Also you have this part of the management that I told you that has 401. So you have this part of loans. I think I showed you this part. Yeah, I think I've showed you like most parts. So yeah, did I show you this part of the lender? Let me show you something here in the lender. Hope you are understanding how this application is. But if you have any question, please don't forget to ask me in the comments section, and I'll be able to answer you. So let's try to log in one of the lenders. Yeah, so here in the lender you can see now in this lender there is a particular notification that we had sent. I don't know if you can remember it while you were using this part of the admin. So I want you to come here. Now here in the notification you can be able to mark a particular notification as having been read or not. Example, you can come here, let's look at this. If you mark this as read, it will absolutely change the color from being black to gray. Also you can just see like this is the notification that he had sent here. So if you mark it, like just changes from, you can see it changes from black to gray like that. Okay, so that means that all those ones that you have marked as red, they just change from black to gray like that. So also let me try to send a real-time notification here so that you can see it. So, and remember like this part of sending like notification, like it's only for, you can send it for only to a particular user at a particular time. That means like if I send data to maybe James, then Kamau will not be able to see it, or if I send data to Krishna, then Ali will not be able to see it. Okay, so you can put it like this. Let's say maybe testing notification again, yeah, something like that. So if you try to send it, you can see notification was sent successfully. come to the lender here, and then let's just refresh it, because okay, if you refresh, you can see we have that part of the notification that we have just sent it right now. Yeah, and you can be able to mark it as read or not. Yeah, so that's all about our application. Very simple, very easy. So the main of this application is we were supposed to make just a banking application, but I told myself, like, you're not going to just make a particular banking application like any normal application, because we have some other banking application there in YouTube, but I wanted to make this to be different from other banking application. So you can see, like, right now you are able to invest, but you can make this to become a Saas product if you want, so that a person may be able to also save. Okay, also you can refine it to be much better, and to also increase the security of it. And yeah, also this application, I made it as part of this one of the subscribers that told me to make a banking application. I think that was like 2 months ago, but I've been busy, like, doing some things here and there. Also currently, like, I have a new product like in the market, and yeah, I just want to see how it is. It's an EdTech product. If you want to know what it is, like, you can move to my LinkedIn bio, and then you can be able to see, like, that particular product that I'm talking about. So I'm going to put the link in the description below. So thank you guys for, yeah, and for those who are wondering if this application is responsive, yeah, it's responsive in all devices. Yeah, let me show you. Come here. Let's first of all move to, yeah, like, it's responsive in all small devices. If you come to the part of the phone, which is mostly iPhone 12 or maybe iPhone 12 Pro, or maybe this Pixel 7, like, it's responsive in all the devices. Yeah, like, this particular application is responsive. And yeah, so I don't think there's anything else to tell you guys, but please, I just want to tell you guys, if you enjoy this kind of application, please don't forget to subscribe and to like the video. Like, the only way you can be able to assist me is just by subscribing, and also by liking the video. Yeah, so also please don't forget to, like, if you want to contribute and help this channel to continue growing, also if you want to contribute, like, financially, I'm going to put a PayPal link below. You can support us by just including maybe any amount that you want to include, if you want to support us financially. Yeah, so, but because remember, like, making of these videos, like, they really do take a lot of time, and it's not very easy to make them, and, like, it takes a lot of time, you know. Yeah, so that's why, like, I haven't recorded, like, a video for some time, and yeah, it just takes a lot of time. So if you want to support us by one way or another, you can help us by maybe donating or contributing in the PayPal link that I'm going to include below. Yes, and we're going to really appreciate. You can just contribute anything that you want. But yeah, so it's very simple technologies in making these applications. So we use, like, for the front end we use React, and then for the backend we use Node.js. Okay, and then for our database we were able to use Postgres, and Postgres that is from Neon. And yeah, and for the styling we were able to use Tailwind CSS. Okay, so this application is very simple. It's not very complex, and we have a lot of code operations. So for someone who is going to try to learn, who is going to learn the whole of this application, you're going to find that you're going to get very good in using code operations, and also you're going to be able to learn how to implement, that is, payment using using Paystack. And also you're going to realize that you're going to learn like a lot also in relations to using your database. Yeah, so like using database, because like remember using Postgres and using Postgres and MySQL, they're almost similar, but only a couple of differences. So you're going to learn a lot also regarding databases. Yeah, so I just wanted to put that disclaimer so that I can tell you guys like who this project is for. Also, I'm going to put a link to the GitHub and to all the assets in the description below. So check it out, build it, and also make it to be much better than I've done it. And yeah, you can also make it to be a Saas. Okay, so if you like this video, please don't forget to subscribe. And yeah, thank you guys. See you in the next part. We are going to first of all I'm going to show you how the dependencies you're going to be installing, and then I'm going to be showing you how you're first going to be getting the particular logo that you're going to be using for our project. Okay, but the logo and all the assets, I'm going to leave it in the description below. You can go and check it out, and also you can download it. But if you want to get your own custom logo, I'm going to show you how you can be able to get your custom logo, and also you're going to be installing the dependencies. There are so many ways of installing the dependencies that I'm going to be using for this particular project. Okay, so first of all, let's create a new file here. Let's wait 1 minute for okay that. So this file let's give it a name. So let's call it bank application, or just let's say bank app, like that. Then you can drag and drop it in your code, in your IDE. So if you're using VS Code, it's okay, or if you're using, right now there is that new IDE known as Casa, I think Casa AI, I don't know, something like that. You can also use it whichever IDE you want. So for us, you're going to be using VS Code. So after having drag and dropped it, also you can come to, if you're using Windows, you can come there at the part where we have the part of the search, and you're going to be using the CMD to be able to run to help us in running the front end and the back end. We're going to be using the CMD. Okay, yeah. So just open that part and then type CMD. CMD just means for command prompt. Okay, like that. And then you can just select the CMD and okay, so like that. Okay, so let's just remove one. Then in that CMD you can put the CD. CD just means create directory. Then let's drag and drop our folder there, like that. So let's do this start. Start is going to create another CMD with the same path. And then you can just do start, yeah, like that. So from this point, let's create okay, because let me show you this part first of all. If you come to GitHub, one minute. Yep. If you come to GitHub here in the bank application, you're going to realize two things. So let's open it. So if you come inside it, you're going to realize that you have two main folders. So those two main folders are, first of all, the backend, and you have the front end folder. Okay, yeah, can you see here we have the, yeah, you can see we have the backend and we have the front end folder. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to now create two folders. here. Now what you can do is, in creating the folders, we're going to say mkdir, I think so. From mkdir. Oh, okay, sorry, there is a problem. We're not supposed to use this. Yeah, let me show you. Yeah, just press mk, then dir, and then say front end, like that. So from that point, we usually say mkdir. So mkdir just means make directory. Okay, it just means make directory. So from there we have created a folder inside our bank app folder. So we have created a folder known as the front end. Okay, so here also we can say here again, let's say we can do the same mkdir, but here we're going to say backend. So it is mkdir, that stands for make directory. So here again, let's say cd, and then let's move to front end now. Okay, now we are in the front end. Let's just clear by pressing CLS. Now in here in the front end, what you can do is you can start a new, here the new application or the new project, the new React project. So I'm going to show you how you can start it. So you have made that front end. Okay, so also let's try to move here to the backend. So here you can say cd backend, like that. Then you can just do CLS. So let me show you here. So as you can see here, this one has the front end, and then this one has the back end. Okay, now for the front end part, let's move to, you can just do vit.js, vit.js.dev here, vit.js.dev. After having here in vit.js.dev, you're going to be directed to this part of the vit. Then you're going to create now a new vit project. Okay, so let's move to the part of the guide or resources. Let's see, part of the guide here. And then here we're going to come to this section here. Don't know, let me show you this part here. We have this part where we have the npm create vit at latest. Okay, so what you can do is you can copy it from here, this point, like that, or what you can do is you can just copy it like that, then do Ctrl+C. Then what we can do is let's come to the front end, paste that. After having pasted that, since we already have the folder front end, you can put space and then dot and then slash, like that, then press enter. So that is going to create the new project, but in our folder, in our front end folder. Okay, like that. So as we wait for it to load, let's move to the backend. I want us to first of all install all the backend. So what you're going to do is, let me show you. Okay, let's move to the GitHub. Now in this GitHub, let's move to the backend first of all. I want us to do this. For those who are wondering, we are going to first of all install all the dependencies for the front end and then for the back end. After having installed all the dependencies and then having gotten the necessary logo, we're going to start now making the application. Okay, so and in making this application, you're going to first of all start with the back end, because like the back end is usually like the most complicated part, because it's the part that handles all the functionality. Yeah, the front end is, to me, like the front end is easier. So okay, so we're going to first of all handle the backend, and then we'll move to the front end, and then we'll try to connect them, and then I'll add any other thing that we will need. Now here in the backend, let's move to the package.json. But first of all, for us to be able to get package.json, we're going to be, let's move to this part. Let's move to this. First, what we're going to do is it npm init. I think something like that. Npm init. Let's wait. Was it npm init? Let's just see here. Okay, so before that, let's yeah, I think I remembered. Let's see here. So npm, yeah, I think it was npm init, then y. If I'm not wrong, initial. Let's see. So in the meantime, yeah, like that, yeah. npm init and then y. So there we have initialized like a new backend. Okay, a new backend, and this one, like after having done that npm init minus y, you're going to get the package.json. So we just want the package.json so as to be able to install all those dependencies that you're going to be using for this project. Okay, yeah, but remember, this is not going to work if you don't have Node installed. Okay, so if you don't have Node, so what you can do is you can come here and then try to install Node. Let me show you. If you don't have Node installed in your application, you can come here and then say like maybe let's say install Node on Windows. Yeah, install Node on Windows. This one is for those people who don't have Node installed in their application. But if you have Node installed, then ignore this part. Okay, so you can come to this part here. Let me show you. Yeah, this part of which has the node.js.org. So that is node.js.organization.rg. I'm going to put the link in the description below, so you can just move to it directly if you don't have Node installed. Now, from this point to here, it's going to guide you in how you can be able to install the particular node, and also you're going to realize that you can be able to install Node the different, like based on the different versions that you want. Okay, like if you want the latest one, which is 22.8.0, which is the current one, or if you want like the oldest one, which the oldest, we have so many, but the oldest here is 0.12.18. that is the oldest one. And also here you can come, like if you are using Windows, you can, here we have the one for Windows, and also you have, let me show you, also you have the one for Mac, and also the one for Linux, and also you have this one, is it ALX? I don't know what that means, but yeah. So that is for those people who don't have Node installed. Okay, now let's return to our application. So we have already done that is npm init minus y. So from this point, I want us to move to here. Let's move to the backend. You're going to realize that we have the package. Yeah, you can see we have the package.json. Yeah, as you can see, like right now we have the package.json. Okay, now we're going now to install all the dependencies that you're going to need for this backend. So as I told you, there are so many ways of installing the particular dependencies. What you can do is let's move to the GitHub. Now in this GitHub, what you can do is you can download the whole of this code, and then you can use this this package.json, then put it in your file, and then do npm install, and then it's going to install all of them, both for the backend and the front end. You're going to do for the front end and the backend. Okay, or the most important thing you can do is maybe you can come, yeah, or maybe you can just download it from here. Let me show you. You can come here, you can see you have this part of download raw file, so you can press that and you can be able to download the whole of it. Okay, but still, if it's going to be difficult, what you can do is you can come here, and then from this point you can select the whole of this. You can select the whole of this. Let me show you. Okay, so you can see like it's downloading that one. So, or you can come here and then select the whole of it, do control copy, and we're going to use ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is going to help us with something. So 1 minute. Okay, like that. So here what we can do is you can say like let's give it a prompt like help us the whole of this at once. Okay, something like that, and then come and then paste those codes, then let it install, or let it give you like what you're going to need. Or even the best thing you can do is, let me show you, instead of installing it with the versions for those particular dependencies, what you can do is you can give it this prompt. Let's say here, help us to install the whole of this at once, and let's say something like and ignore the versions. Yeah, ignore the versions, like that, so as to the particular versions, because like maybe you might be watching this video on a different year, so, or maybe on a different month, and maybe there will be a like some different version for those particular dependencies. Okay, so here it is. You can see like ChatGPT has helped us in that, so you can copy this code here, that part, and then let's move to the backend. Here's our backend. Then you can just paste it like that. Yeah, then press enter. So let's wait for all of them to be installed. So as they are installing, let's move to our front end. Okay, so let's minimize this backend. Let's minimize the backend. Now let's move to the front end. Now this front end, you're going to come here and then select, because you are using React. So here you can come and then select React. Then here you can select, if we were using TypeScript, you will select TypeScript, but right now we are going to use JavaScript, and not JavaScript plus the SWC, but just pure JavaScript. Then select enter. Let's just wait. Okay, yeah, like that. So here we can do again npm install, like that. So we're going to wait for it to install the whole of those dependencies. Like, it's going to take like a little bit of time, so let's just wait. Okay, also I don't know if you can see, I see the backend also is installing these ones. So since the backend you are installing all those dependencies, and the front end, after having installed it's going to install and make the project to be, and give us just a template of what the project is going to have. But what we need to do is we can also prepare the particular dependencies for the front end. Okay, now we can prepare the particular dependencies for the front end. So you can do the same thing as we did for the backend here. You can just come first of all to the GitHub, and then let's move now to, I want us to move to the front end. Here's the front end. Now in this front end, let's move again to the package.json. it. Yeah, use it. And remember, like I told you, we are going to be using TypeScript for this TypeScript here. So yeah, so here what we're going to do here, we can do this. You can just select this and then select control copy, that is control C. From this point, let's move to the ChatGPT. You can just give it a prompt like, let's say, do what you did above also on these dependencies here, like that. Then press the dependencies and then let's wait GPT to do its thing. Yeah, you can see now we have all those dependencies. These ones are for the front end. Okay, so after the front end finishes installing like React into the front end folder, you're going to put these dependencies for them to be installed into our application. Okay, so they are taking a little bit of time, but let's just wait. Okay, so because of time, like let's just wait for them to install. And now I want us now to move to the logo. I want us to get a logo for our project, but don't worry, like in terms of the particular images, I'm going to provide the images and the logo in the part of the description below. Okay, I'm going to put a link there that you can get the particular assets. But if you want to get your own logo, then you can do this. But if you want, like if you're not interested in getting your own custom logo, then you can skip this part. Okay, you can use the timeline in the description, timeline in the video, and then you can skip this section. Okay, but this one is for those who want to get their custom logos. Okay, so here you can come and you can just press anything. You can say like let's say create a logo. Yeah, create a free logo. Let's say just create a free logo, or you can say just with AI. Here in creating a free logo with AI, if you come to the part of the pictures, let me show you something here. Come here, you're going to find that you can get a lot of logos. Okay, if you don't want if you want like to use any logo that are here, you can download them, then use them. You can use OpenAI logo, you can use this logo, like this one is so beautiful. You can use this, like you have all these logos for free. These ones, there's so many logos here for free that you can use it in your project. Okay, so you can come to those dependencies that we had created in ChatGPT for the front end, and then you can paste them into that front end. After having pasted them, then you'll be able now to start creating the application. Okay, let me show you. Be ready to start now making the application. Yeah, these dependencies here, you can paste them into the front end. Okay, so it's having a lot of error or a lot of issue. Yeah, so I don't want to waste your time, but it's like that the way I've told you. So okay, so let's move to the next part. Let's copy this one for the front end. Yeah, so you can see the front end is already through. You can see like it has installed. There was some error here, don't know why, but you can see like it has installed 263 packages. It has added them, and then change one package, audited 265. Yeah, so here in the front end I can paste those dependencies like that. So from there we can just wait for them to be installed into our application. Okay, yeah, so from there it's going to install them, and yeah, so you're first of all going to be starting with our backend. Okay, so let me show you how we're going to start now with the backend now. So yeah, so yeah, through that part, because the backend, you can see like everything was installed. Okay, so let's move now to this backend. What you can do here, you can do CLS, clean all of them or remove all of them, then yeah, like that. So from this point, let's start the backend. So we are going to first of all start with our backend. So let's come to here, let's come to our backend. Let's come to our backend. Sorry. Okay, so we are going to first start with our backend. So what we are going to do is we can come to the backend, and then here in the backend, if you're paying, like, you're going to realize that we have some already files. We have some files. We have this. First of all, you have this folder known as the node modules. Then this node modules has some folder in them. So like, don't worry about these node modules. Okay. So also we have the package.json. So this package.json is the one that contains all our dependencies. Okay, it has all our dependencies. And also another thing you're going to realize we have is the package lock.json. So also don't mind about that package lock.json. Okay, so what you're going to do is first of all, you're going to try to make sure that right now we're going to try to make sure that the backend runs smoothly, and we're going to try to connect our backend with our database also. But before that, even if you come to the front end, you're going to realize that also you have this already files in them. And if you do npm, let me show you here. If you do npm run dev here, after having installed everything as I had showed you before, you're going to realize that it's going to run on port. Yeah, the front end is already running. It's running on localhost 5173. Okay, so now let's move to the backend. Now let's be quick. Okay, let's move to the backend. So what you're going to do here in the backend, you're going to make some few changes. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to add a type here. So below this main, what you're going to do is you're going to add here a type, and this type is we're going to say to include the module. Yeah, and then if you don't include this part, like, you're going to get some errors, especially when you're trying to when you're trying like to do some imports, you're going to get some errors. So yeah, also when you come to this part of the script, what you can do is you can just remove the whole of it. You can remove the whole of this. Okay, let's just move the whole of it up to there. Then I'm going to say here is going to be start. Yeah, so now this start, this is the part that is going to help us in starting our backend server. Okay, so first of all, we're going to require something, a package known as nodemon. So we're going to say nodemon index.js. okay, so the function of nodemon is to help us to be able to help us in detecting changes when you're making your application locally. Okay, but when you're deploying your application, you're not going to use nodemon, because when you use nodemon, then if you try to deploy your backend, going to give you errors. Okay, but don't worry, I'm going to show you how, like, you're going to change the word from nodemon to node. So if you come here, let me show you here. You can see we already have nodemon installed. Okay, so don't worry, like, as we go on, I'm going to keep telling you the functions of these dependencies that we had, that I told you to install. So I've told you the first one, which is nodemon, is function. like that. So so we are through with that package.json. Now here again in the backend, what I want us to do is we're going to now create some two files. Let's come here and okay, so here in the backend we're going to create some two files. So the first file that you're going to create is a file known as Index.js, and then another file you're going to create is a file known as config.js, like that. Config.js. So what you're going to do is, first of all, in this Index.js is going to contain like most of the imports of the backend, like most of the imports from the import of the router backend. Okay, and then the config is going to contain like the database, going to contain like the things dealing with the database. So let's start with, first of all, this Index.js. First of all, what you're going to do here is we're going to try to be able to run the database. Okay, so but before that, what we can do is, first of all, we are going to be required to import Express. Let's do this. We're going to import Express from, that's going to be Express. Also, you're going to be required to import, that is cause from cause. Like that. Also, we're going to import .env from .env, but we haven't created the .env file, but we're going to create it later. .env from .env. Yeah, like that. Okay, so those are the, first of all, the things that you're going to import. And also there are another thing that you're going to be required to import is we are going to import the config. That is the config file. So you're going to say import config from, that's going to just be config.js. So that / is because they are on the same directory. And also still remember, in the backend, when you're trying to import a file, a JS file, a JavaScript file, you are going to be required to include, that is, example, let's say if this is config, this one is config, so it's going to have included here, that is the config.js. Like, don't forget to include the .js extension, that part, because if you forget to include that, then you're going to get errors. Okay, yeah, we're going to get errors. So what you're going to do again, I'm going to come here below and I'm going to say here, first of all, let's create the .env file so as to prevent any errors. Let's create, first of all, .env. Okay, so we were here at the index. Now here at the index, we're going, first of all, to do this. We're going to say .env .config .env.config. And also what we're going to do here, we're going to say like here we're going to do something like we're going to say const app is equals to express. So this section is, let me show you, const app is equals to express. So this section usually include it because we're going to try to use, that is the app.use, and that app.use usually, like, we usually use it when we try to like define some route, some routes or path for the database routers. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're going again to say const port is equals to config dot port, like that. And again you're going to say const sequelize is equals to config. Okay, so sequelize most of the time, like it's used when you are trying to connect it with your database. Okay, so I'm going to show you how you're going to do that. I'm going to show you how you're going to do that, but before that, let us try to first of all sync the database at the start of the server. But remember, like I've not shown you like how the database is going to look like. But after having, like, we're going first of all to make sure that the database, like the server is running. After it runs, it's going to give us an error that it's not able to connect with the database. Okay, so I'm going to next show you how the database is going to look like. Okay, so first of all, what you're going to do here, you're going to try to sync. You're going to try to sync the database and at the start of the server. Yeah. So how are we going to do that? So what we are going to try to use the sequelize. So we're going to say here sequelize, and then we're going to say let's say sequelize dot sync then you can say dot then so it's going to try to sync, that is the database with the backend. That is going to, so after, if it syncs successfully, then it's going to run this. So I'm going to say here that's going to be app.listen to, first of all, the port that you had defined. That is going to be that port, and then it's going to give us, it's going to console log this statement on the terminal, so as to make us to be aware if the database the server is running as required. Okay, so we're going to say here is going to be console. Sorry, supposed to be, okay, that's going to be console. So it's going to be console.log. So it's going to give this statement, and this statement is going to be server is running on port. So we're going to say here, so what you're going to do, you're going to use backticks. Okay, because we're going to use backticks. So compress shift and then backticks. Not shift, just backticks. I don't know how to explain to you. In your keyboard, there is a part of the tab, and then like it's above the part, like it's above the tab. Yeah, I don't know if that sounds well. It's above the tab. You can just press it. Those are the backticks for those people who don't know. Okay, because I'm assuming like this tutorial is for both the beginners and for intermediates. Okay, so here we're going to say the server is running. Server is running on. What you can do is you're going to put the port here. So we can put the port here directly, but what we're going to try to do here is we are going to get the port. Either we can get the port either from the .env file, or we can get it after having this defined it like in this file. So here I'm going to put the dollar sign, and then here we're going to say the port running on that port if it's successful. Also we're going to, because remember, like this is going to be a cache, is going to also, you're going to also to use cache. We're going to say dot cache. So I don't know what's wrong with me today. So we're going to say here dot cache, and then I'm going to pass first of all the error. I'm going to pass the error, and here what we're going to do is we're going to use first of all, if they, let's say if if it doesn't connect to the database, then it's going to say this error. Okay, if there is an issue connecting with the database, so we want it to give us this error. Okay, so we're going to say here is going to be the console.error. That's why you are passing error as a parameter. Let me show you here. That is why we were passing error as a parameter on this. 1 minute. Okay, so that's why we were passing error as a parameter on this code here. Okay, so like that. So here we're going to say console.error, and here the specific error that we're going to pass is, we can say something like, let's say, unable to connect to the database. Yeah, like that. And what we can do is you can pass the error.message. Yeah, you can pass the error.message. That. Okay. Yeah, like that. So yeah, so from there what we can do is let's first of all move to our .env file, because I want us to do something. This .env file, and I want to show you something. So this .env file is going to contain some important things. So first of all, you're going to include the database URL. The database URL, since you're going to be using Postgres database, is going to contain the database URL, and it's going to contain also the JWT secret. That is for now, but it's going to contain also some other things that we're going to use them later. But right now, let's first of all include here the database URL. But since we don't have the database URL, but remember, don't put space here. Since we don't have the database URL, you can just leave it as blank as that. And also another thing that you're going to first of all be required to include is the JWT secret. Now, when it comes to this JWT secret, you can include any types of text that you want, okay, because they are usually just some random numbers or some random texts. So you can just include anything that you want, but I'm going to show you how you can generate your so-called secure JWT secret. Okay, but as for now, we can just include some, let's say, some random numbers. Okay, let's include them in. Yeah, just include some random numbers, no problem. But I'm going to show you how you can generate a more secure one or more safer one. Okay, now those are the main things that we're going to be required to put them there. Okay, now another thing is, now in the part of the config, we need to make sure that the this config is ready for the database, so that after having made the specific codes for the database, then you can be able to create the database and be able to connect with it successfully. Now let's come to this database. What you're going to do is, now in this database, you're first of all going to import SQLize. Going to import, that's going to be SQLize. And SQLize is coming from SQLize, like that. Also, another thing that you're going to import is the .env. Like that. Okay, so we are importing the SQLize. So SQLize is going to be used in connecting with our database, and also we are going to be required to use some of the .env, some of the things that we had defined or we had included in the .env. Okay, now let's go first of all in making sure that it can connect with our database. What you can do is you can come here below, and then you can put this function. It's going to be consequelize, and this SQLize you can say is equals to new SQLize, and here we're going to pass, that is going to be the, here we're going to include now the database URL. Okay, so we're going to say it's going to be process.env database URL. Sorry. Yeah, so is this is like we're passing that URL, this URL, yeah, this like, yeah, I'm going to show you how you can get that URL for the database from the neon. So you're passing that that database URL, okay, so that you can be able to connect with it. Okay, so here what you can do here, let's see, let me show you. So here we're going first of all state like which kind of database it is. So we're going to say here dialect to be, so we're going to say the dialect to be, let's say Postgres, going to be Postgres. And also we are going to say here, we're going to try to make sure that we are going to enable logging. So we're going to say here logging. So we're going to say here it's going to be console.log to be able to log like the, yeah, to be able to log like how the database is. Yeah, so okay, and so we're going to say here it's going to be the dialect options, and we're going to include here the SSL. This SSL you're going to first of all say to be required to be true. Required is going to be true. And another thing you're going to say is reject unauthorized to be false. Reject unauthorized but remember, like this this part of reject unauthorized to be false, what you can do is you can adjust it. You can adjust it and just adjust it based on SSL configuration. Okay, based on the SSL configuration, but usually do this based on the SSL configuration. I think you guys know what SSL is. Okay, like when you're deploying your application, like there's something known as the SSL like certificate, like usually given to applications that are deployed. Okay, but don't worry, I'm going to explain you in terms of this SSL, in terms of how it relates to this backend. So what you're going to do here is you can come here below, and again what you can do is, okay, so here you're going to say again SQLize, and you're going to put an authenticate into it first of all. So we're going to say authenticate, then .10. That means that first of all someone is going to be required to authenticate into it, because let me tell you guys, like in this database, in the database URL that I'm going to give you, like that database URL has a password. Okay, that database has a password, and the importance of authenticating, as you've done here, the importance of authenticating is that it prevents people who don't have the required permission from accessing your database. Okay, so so you're going to include here .10. So you're going to include here .10. Now here we're going to again to console. That's going to be console.log. So when it connects successfully, it's going to give us this statement. So we're going to say connected to the Postgres database. Okay, connected to the Postgres database. And what you want is, if it doesn't connect successfully, want it to give us also an error. So we're going to say so we're going to use here a cache, because we want to cache that error. Like, we want to be able to catch that error so that it doesn't break our codes. So we're going to pass the error there as a parameter, and okay, I don't want to pass it like directly because it's going to be a little bit difficult for beginners to understand. So we're going to pass that as the parameter, the error, like that. After having passed that errors parameter, as we did previously, what we're going to do is we're going to again to console.log the console.error, the particular error that you're getting. Okay, so the particular error that you're getting, you can say something like this: error connecting maybe to the Postgres database. Yeah, error connecting to the Postgres database, like that. And what we can do is we can try to also give out the specific error, because when you give out the specific error, then it's going to allow us to be able to know and fix that error. Because if you don't include that particular error, then what is going to happen is we're not going to know what error has caused maybe our server to crash. Okay, yeah, or what error has caused the application or the database not to work. So what you're doing here, we're going to when it doesn't connect to the database, you're going to give out this error here, which is error connecting to the database. And now this error.message now is going to also include the particular message or the particular error on the terminal. Okay, going to include now the particular error on the terminal, and this will enable you to be able to do the necessary by fixing the codes if maybe the issue is with you, or maybe there is an issue with the internet. Okay, so after having done that, what we're going to do is we're going to now to include now the here. Let me show you below this part. Going out to include now the, let's say here is going to be the const jwt secret, the const jwt secret, and now this const jwt secret we're going to say is going to be the process dot env dot jwt, that jwt secret that we had included in our application. I don't know if you can remember this one. Yeah, this one, jwt secret. So yeah, we are defining, we are saying like const jwt secret. Sorry, not. Yeah. So yeah, we have a thing like const jwt secret, and we're saying like this const jwt secret is going to be the same as, is going to be assigned to, that is the process.env.jwt secret. So this process.env is going to try to access the jwt secret that was in our .env file. Yeah, like that. So hope you're understanding that. Okay, so from that, after having done that, what you can do is we can now include the specific port that our backend is going to run on. Okay, so here we can do this. You can say config, const config, because we hadn't defined config before, so it's going to be const config. Then this const config, we're going to pass inside it, we're going to pass the SQLize, and we're going to pass also the jwt secret. Okay, and also now we're going to include now the specific port that the backend is going to run on. So we're going to pass the SQLize, and again let's pass the jwt secret. This just for making it to be more secure. And then we're going to say the port is going to be, let's say, the process.env. okay, sorry. Okay, so we're going to say the port here is going to be, that is going to be the process.env dot the port. So as you remember, like we hadn't defined any port while here, but what you can do is you can include that port if you want. You can say the port is going to be, let's say, 5000, something like that. But yeah, you can just include that 5000 if you want, but it's not important. You can include it like that, or you can do this, let's say, because anything can happen. You can say, yeah, you can also put that 5000 here, like that, or that. So that means if it goes to, that is the .env file, and it doesn't find this port, the port 5000, then it's going to include now this 5000, this port this 5000 here. Okay, so it's either this or this. That means if this is false, then it moves to this, but this is, if this is true, then it just leaves this. Yeah, okay. So from that point, now we're going to be required to export it. So we're going to say here export. You're going to say export, that is going to be export default. Okay, export default, that is going to be config, like that. Export default config. Yeah, so from there I think everything is going to run okay. It's going to run smoothly. Yeah. You can just do Control S and save it, or you can press here file and then come to save all. Yeah, save it like that. So let's come to our backend. Yeah, this one is the backend. what can do, npm start. So like that. So we are doing npm start because, as you remember, in the package.json here, I don't know if you can remember. Where is it? Okay, so it wasn't here, but so but I wanted to tell you also, like, remember, this node is not required for running your backend. Okay, it's not that important running your backend, because also you can run the backend when you just have this node and you just put it like that. But but the problem of just including node like this is, when you make changes in your application, it's not going to restart it automatically. You're going to be forced to start again the server again. Like, that is just a waste of time. Okay, so that's why we usually include the node-mon part. Let's come to this part here. Okay, so there's a problem here with also, I wanted to tell you that let me see here. So there's a problem here. Not supposed to be this, so it's supposed to be small s. You can see after making the changes, supposed to run. Okay, let's equalize config.js. Okay. In our Index.js, what I did is that let me show you. So what I did in this Index.js, I added this to, that's the app.use, and then express.js and app.use calls. So we added this calls because, remember, like, you're going to be required to add our routers here. We're going to be required to add the routers path here, so they're going to be, all of them are going to be like from this point downwards. Okay, all our routers are going to be there. So, but I added these paths. I know they were not there, so the app.use, and then we're trying to use the express, passing the express, and also here we're passing now the calls. So it's the express, the part of the express, and the calls is going to be is it imported? Like, it's going to be is it included in all of the routes that you're going to define in there? Okay, so we added that part. Also, what you're going to be required, okay, not required, but what you can do is also you can try to try to add a middleware here, and then I'm going to show you, because still we are getting the error. You can see, let me show you here. So you're still getting the errors. You can see, you're still getting the errors. So what you can try to do is, let me show you. You can add this middleware, and then you can get the database URL, and I believe the error will be over, because right now we are not able to connect to the database, so that's why we are getting the error. Okay, so you can put here a middleware. So you can say error handling, maybe error for handling the middleware. Something like that. So you can say app.use to be app.use, and you can pass here, you're passing the error, and then you're passing the request, then the response, and finally you're passing the next as the parameters there. And then what you're going to do is you're going to try to console log the error. So you're going to say the console.error, then we pass that the error is going to be the error.stack. We pass the error.stack. Okay. And again you're going to say the response to be response status. The response status to be, you're going to pass the 500 code.json. So the particular error is going to be this one. Something, let's say just something went wrong. Let's just put that like that. Something went wrong like that. Yeah. So yeah, like that. It's okay. Yep, like that. And then there's something else that we need to add. I don't know if you noticed in this .env I've added this part here for loading the environment variable, because let's say if I remove it, this part, okay, if I remove it, you're going to realize that this .env, the .env is getting commented out. Like, yeah, it does not function or is not active in this file. Okay, but if we include it, you're going to realize that everything now is okay. Okay, so but again, if we save it, you're going to get error, I believe so. Control S. Okay, that was in the Index.js. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, you can see, like, if we save, we're still getting an error. Okay, now this error is let me show you the error you're getting. You can see, so there's a problem in it connecting with the database. So you can see the URL part and then what. So don't mind these words, like there's so many, they are necessary. But what we can do is, let's come to our okay, before that, let me show you how you can generate a random code. And so you can come to ChatGPT and you can say, like, generate random JWT secret. Yeah, and let's wait. Yeah, so you can use this secret that ChatGPT has provided us. It obviously is not the best, but it's a little bit safer than the one that we had generated. So you can just control copy. You can come to your codes here, that is the in.env file. So you can replace it with this one. That's a little bit safer. Yeah, you can replace it with that. Now let's get the database URL. Now, in the database URL, we are going to go to, that is neon. You can go to neon. Now this neon is usually, like, it give us the serverless Postgres that we can be able to use, and we are going to use neon here because first of all they have a free tier, and I believe in the free tier you can be able to put maybe a hobby project that you want. And yeah, like, I've hosted my application, one of my products called Zawadi, I've hosted it in neon. So yeah, so from this point, what you're going to do is, after coming to neon, first of all, you're going to be told one thing is, you're going to be directed here. So if you don't have any accounts, you're going to be told to, first of all, to sign up. You can see you're going to be told to create a free account, to sign up. Okay, but if you have an account, so you can do that using either Google or GitHub. Okay, but let me do it using, is it GitHub? Let me see. Yeah, let me try using GitHub. I don't know if I had logged in using GitHub or Google, but let me try using GitHub and see. Yeah, it's using GitHub now. Yeah, I can use GitHub because I prefer that. So personally, I already have one project into it. You can see this one called Zawadi, but you can now create another project. Let's say create another project here. So there's a problem here. You can see like I have they're saying that a free plan is limited to only one project. Okay, now because of this, let me use my other email. Let me use my other email and try to let me use another email. Okay, let's not use this. Let's open this. 1 minute. Yeah, let's open this. From this part, now we can write the Neon. If you already have a project with Neon, you're only allowed one project for the hobby or for the free plan. Yeah, so let me use another email so that I can be able to log in and show you how you can do it. Let's wait 1 minute for it to load. Okay, do the same thing. Okay, so if you don't have an account, you're going to be brought to something like this. Okay, so from this point, let's say get started, or let's say just sign up. So after this point, now let's try to sign up. Then continue. Yeah, so from this point, so to get the free Neon for free, okay, so here we're told to include the particular project name. So we can call it, let's say, bank app. Yeah, let's just call it bank. Then yeah, you can leave the Postgres version to be just like that. Database name and the project name, let's just give them the same name. I don't know if it will have any errors, but let's just give it the same name. Yeah, so you can leave the region to be like that. I don't think there's any problem with that. Or personally, I'll put it to Singapore because my country is a little bit closer to Singapore as compared to the US. So like that. then you can say create project. But it's not a must for you to change. Okay, so from this point you can see like here, yeah, so here's what we are going to be brought, and then here what you can do is yeah, we are going to be required to copy these the whole of this snippet, because remember here you can use like this is the Postgres, you have the Neon driver, you have the Next.js, you have Prisma, you have Node.js, you have Django, SQLA, Java, Symfony. I don't know what Symfony is, but yeah. So but yeah, just copy this snippet like that. After you've copied it, I want you to come to our .env file, then you're going to paste it like that. Nice. Yeah, so from that point let's try to okay, so let's make all the necessary changes and try to see how it is. One minute. Let's just wait for it to save. Okay. Right now I think it needs to be working okay, because our database, I've already created the database, so yeah. Just wait. So in the meantime, while the backend terminal is trying to run, what you can do is come here and then try to go through this neon admin dashboard, so that at least you can get familiar with it and you can know how it is. Okay, so from this point you can see like on the left here we have the part of the dashboard, we have the branches. So the best thing about Neon is that you can be able to put one branch to be the one that contains, or the one that points to your application that is online or that is live, and then you can create another branch for maybe testing. Yeah, so that's the best thing about Neon. Also you have this part of SQL editor. Let me show you. In this part of SQL editor, now this is where we're going to create all our tables into them. Like here is where we're going to create all our tables. So we're going first of all to put that specific query, then you're going to see like how, like you're going to get the history of the tables that you've created here on the history here where we have the history part, and yeah, that's where you're going to get the tables. We're going to see the history of the tables that you've created. Then now here in the tables here below, when you come to this point, right now obviously it's empty because you have not created any table. Here in the tables, here you're going to see like all the tables that you have created. Okay, it's loading, but let's wait. Yeah, so you can see here you're going to get here like, as you can see, like no table is in the database, but here you're going to get all those tables that you've created. Okay, let me show you another thing. What you can do is, okay, you can see here the server now is running on port 5000 and is connected to the PostgreSDB. Okay, so right now everything works perfectly. Okay, yeah. So the next thing that you're going to do is, since the backend runs okay, so the next thing you're going to do is you're going to create the necessary tables for our project, the specific tables for our project. So what you're going to do is, first of all, like I wrote here some of the things that you're going to require. You can see, let me show you, let me expand it like that. So from this list you can see that the list of things that you're going to implement in the backend. Let me try to zoom it. Like that. So okay, so from this point you can see that the list of the things that you're going to try to implement in the backend, here they are. So let me do this. Sorry. Okay, you can see here in the backend we're going to first of all have the everything dealing first of all with the admin, then the borrower, then the lender. The admin is the person who is going to be managing the whole of this application, like maybe deleting or maybe activating new users or maybe allowing loans, something like that. Then you have the borrower. The borrower is the person who comes to the system with the intention of maybe trying to borrow the particular amount of funds. Then you have the lender. The lender is the person who gives out the money to be lended to the borrower. He gives out the money, then the borrower gives back the money with the particular profits or the particular interest based on the application based on the interest that was set in the application by the admin. So first of all, you have the part of the login/register. This part of the login/register, you're going to have the part of the name, the email, the password. Okay, because let's say if you're if you know these things, like from here, like it's going to be mostly theoretical, not from here, like this part, maybe some 20 minutes or some 10 minutes from here, like it's going to be mostly theoretical. So you can use the timestamp below to skip. It's going to be 5 minutes or 10 minutes. I'm going just to be explaining to maybe people who don't understand this part. Okay, but if you know this part, you can skip using the timestamp below. Okay, so let me try to explain so that you can be able to understand. Now in the part of login/register, as you saw, like for a person to register in the system, first of all they need to include their name. Okay, and then they need to include now the email and the password for them to be able to register. Now, and for person to be able to log in, you are just required to include only your email and your password. Okay, yeah. Now in the part of the admin part, you have the part of the dashboard. So in the part of the dashboard, you can see like not everything, but almost everything in summary. Then you have the part of the users, where the admin can be able to activate users, deactivate them and delete them, etc. Also you have the part of loan management. You can be able to manage everything dealing with loans. You have the part of the reports. You can see the reports of everything of the loans, and then settings of the system. The part of the support, whereby if the borrower or the loaner has the lender or the borrower, if they have an issue, then they can be able to address it and send it to the admin if they have an issue. Also, you have this part known as the borrower. The borrower dashboard is going to have also the dashboard. The borrower section is going to have obviously the dashboard. Then it's going to have the loan request. So here in the loan request is where the borrower is going to be allowed to request the amount that they want. Also you have the part of the profile of the borrower. So the borrower can be able to change the profile accordingly. So you have the part of the notification. So this, in the part of notification, the borrower is going to be getting the notifications either if their request for a loan was approved or if it was rejected, or maybe let's say if maybe they have been able to they have been given the amount they wanted and the due date is coming closer, so they'll be getting like those kind of notifications, etc. Also, let's say if you're a guest user, then obviously you haven't registered, so you'll be getting this part of the register, and here in the part of the register you'll be able to register if you're a borrower or if you're a lender. So this part of register if you are a guest user. Also you have the part of repayments. So in this repayments is where you'll be able to repay using maybe PayPal, or maybe you using any system that you want, but here in repayment you are going to be required to repay the particular loans. And you have the part of user management. So user management is where the borrower can see the details of the person who lended him or her the money, and also the lenders that are offering, also the other lenders. Also now we have the part of the lender. So the lender obviously can be able to see the dashboard, can be able to see the investments that they made, because like remember here the lender, what they are doing is, let's say if you give someone your money, then what you want is you want a return, like you want with a specific, like maybe let's say maybe after 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months, maybe you want it to be, you want to recover your money with a specific interest. Okay, yeah. So my investment, so these were the amount of money that they invested or they gave to people for, yeah, they lended to people. Also you have the part of notifications. They can be getting necessary notifications. Also profile, the same as the one for borrower. Now this part of loan list, the part of loan list, like they can be able to see the number of borrowers, or the number of investment opportunities that they want to invest into. So after they see those investment opportunities, then they can press into them and see the details about them, and they can decide if they want to invest into them or not, based on the particular risk, and also based on the amount they are willing to risk with it. Also have the part of repayments. Repayments is where they'll be able to get, let's say, details if a borrower pays their specific amounts. Also you have the part of loan requests. If they have an issue maybe in accessing their dashboard, or just any issue, they'll be able to access the admin using this support request. Okay, that's how it is. So now let's create let's go to, if you go to my course on GitHub, if you go to my codes on GitHub, let me show you. Yeah, here on GitHub you're going to get the particular repository that we were using, that is the bank app. This is the bank application repository. So in this bank application repository, what's gonna happen is, if you come to the backend, and if you come to these models, you're going to see these models. You're going to see like all these models. So all these models, they also, most of them, if not all, they have their particular database, they have the particular tables in the particular table. Example, this user has the user table, support table, etc., etc. So what I did is, what you can do is, you can come to maybe a particular model, and you can copy the whole of this model, and what you can come to the ChatGPT here, and what you can do is, you can just give it a simple query, like let's say PostrgeSQL query table. And the best thing about GPT is that it will give you the particular table. You can see this is how the table is supposed to be. Now example, this is the table of the users. So you're going to say here or if you don't want to do that, I'm going to be showing you all those tables. Okay, yeah. So what you're going to do is, you can do this. You can say here, let's say create table to be users, and then you're going to say here the ID is going to be, that is serial to be primary. Then we have the name, as I had told you, and also you have the part of the email and the password. Like those are the most important parts here, this part here. And then we have this part of the role. This role, you have this section. If let's say if at the part of registering, you'll be able to choose if you are a lender or a borrower, but this admin will not be there. Okay, but by default it's set to borrower. Okay, by default it's set to borrower. and also you have the part of is active. It's first of all it's set to true, and then you have the part of created at and updated at. So that means if you create, that means if you register at a particular time, then the time we're going to get a timestamp is going to tell you the particular day and date, the date and the particular time that that person registered or that person logged in. Okay, and if you update it, maybe on the part of the in the part of the profile, you can be able to update your profile. It's going to show you now the time that you updated it. Okay, so you can see it's very simple. You have the part of the ID. This one is usually like auto incremental, meaning it just increments on its own. So you have the part of the name, email, password, the basic things. Then you have the role and everything. Okay, now from this point you can just copy it. You can come to your neon, and then you can come to this SQL editor. Now in this SQL editor, you're going to paste that. Okay, you can do that. You can paste it like that, and then you can run it. You can see statement executed successfully. Okay, so we have now that part of the table. So if you come to the part of the table here on neon, you're supposed to see that table that you created. Let's wait a second. Yeah, you can see the table has been created. So you have the table users, and you can see here it has the ID, it has the name, the email, password, role, is active, created at, and updated at. So just let's do the same thing. Also I did the same thing also for this part of the support. You can just come to this part of this. Let's see, the next one was this part of support model. Yeah, it was this part of the support model. You can just do the same. You can copy it and then yeah, just do the necessary like that. And then GPT, the best thing about GPT, it just gives you everything. You can see like it says like create table that support requests. So I see it still has the user ID, message, and everything. So let me go first, and then I'm going to show you after I've created all the table. I think you have understood what I'm doing. Okay, I want us to go step by step so that you can be able to understand this part. Yeah, so you can just copy it, then again. Okay, so I'm going to go a little bit fast on this side, on this part, and yeah, I'm going to explain it to you after the end when I'm through with the tables. Okay, so don't worry. Yeah, you can see like what we're going to do is I'm going to give you all the tables, all these tables that are used in making the database with it. I'm going to give you all those queries for the table. I'm going to put them like in a file, and then I'm going to link it into the description below. Yeah, and you can be able to use it. So now if you come to our table, you're going to realize that we have some tables that I've created. So you can see we have the borrower loans table, we have the borrower repayment table, we have the borrower notification, we have the investments, we have the lender profile, we have the loan lenders, you have the loan reports, you have the loans, notifications, repayments, settings, support requests, and then you have the users. So I know someone may be asking me like, why why is it that is a different table? Like we have this borrower notification, and you have the notification table. Notification and borrower notification. Like first of all, like what you can do is you can put this notification to contain both the admin, the lender, and the borrower notification. Okay, but here I've created a different table for the borrower. But before I finish like making this application, like I'm going to ensure like it's going to be on only one table. Okay, also you have the part of the part of the lender profile. This part of lender profile, you could like ignore it and then just put it like maybe in this part of the users, because in this part of users, you realize that in our both in our router and in our controller, we have both the part of the users when they are registering or when they are signing in, and also we have the part where we are able to get their profiles. Okay, so you can also ignore this part of the lender profile, but still, like I've told you, like before this application, we are going to remove these two tables that I've told you, the lender profile and the borrower notification, and we're going to include them also in the notification and the part of the users. Okay, yeah, I hope you have understood. Yeah, so I know like you haven't gotten me very well in these tables, but I'm going to put a link in the description where it's going to be showing you all those tables. And as you can see, like these tables are very simple. First of all, you have this repayment table, which has just the ID, which is auto increments, which has the loan ID. You have the lender ID, the borrower name, amount, repayment date, and then created that, and then updated that. And now the foreign keys are the loan ID, the lender ID. Also, still, if we come to the borrower loans, like these are just very easy, but I'm going to include a link to the tables so that you can be able to see and you can study them carefully. Okay, like I don't want to waste your time with looking at one by one this table, like it's going to waste your time. Okay, yeah. So after having created those tables, you can see like our backend is still okay, still functioning. Okay, so the next thing you can do is let's now move to the Power Codes. What you're going to do is you're going to now create the particular the necessary codes here. So you're going to first of all start with the models. And again we're going to have the controllers, and the last one that we're going to have is the routers. Yeah, like that. So let me explain to those who don't understand. Like the model is the part that usually like just defines or just explains to you, or usually just shows the things that are going to be passed from the front end to the back end. The part of the controller is the part that handles those specific parts, like it just handles them. Then the part of the routers is the part that contains the necessary path. Okay, yeah, so let's now start with including the necessary parts for the model. Laptop is hanging. Let's just wait a few seconds for it to respond. Okay, so the first one that we're going to make is the user model.js. That's going to be user model.js. So this user model is going to contain everything about the user, that is from the registration to the logging in and also the profile. Okay, and then we're going to create, let's say, the support model.js. So support model is going to contain like the model when the borrower or the lender wants to send the particular, when they want to send a particular information regarding being supported or being helped or being assisted to the admin. Yeah, those information. And then you have the part of the settings. You have the settings model. So settings model is going to contain everything everything about the model. Oh, sorry, everything about the system. Yeah, about the configuration of the system and everything, about the interest and everything. So also you have the review loan model. Review loan model. Okay, .js. So review loan, and then we're going to have the next one, which is the notification model. Notification model.js. And then next will be the loan report model. Loan report model.js. And then we're going to have again the loan model. Loan model.js. And then the lender profile model. And then investment model.js. And then it's going to have the borrower, that's the borrower repayment model.js. Then the borrower notification model.js. And then lastly we are going to have, that is the borrower loan model. That will be the borrower loan model.js. borrower loan model.js, like that. Yeah, now since like these are all the files that you're going to need as per now in making of our backend. Now let's move to the controllers. Since we are through with the model, now let's make the particular files for the controllers. So in the controllers, we're going to first of all start with the first, which is the user controller. So it's going to be user controller.js. Also we have the support controller.js. support controller.js, and then we have the settings controller.js, settings controller.js. Then review loan controller, review loan, review loan controller, review loan controller.js. Okay. Then we're going to have, after the review loan, we're going to have the repayment controller, repayment controller.js. Yeah. Then notification controller.js, notification controller.js, and then you have the loan report controller, loan report controller, loan report controller.js. Then you have the loan controller, loan controller.js. And then we'll have the lender profile controller. That would be lender profile controller. Oh, there is a typo here. So controller, yeah, like that. So that was the lender profile controller, and then we're going to have the investment controller. The investment controller.js. And then I'm going to have the borrower repayment controller. And then lastly, you're going to have the borrower notification controller. Borrower notification controller. Yeah, and then last, that would be the borrower loan controller. Borrower loan controller.js, like that. Okay, so we have all the files for the backend for the controller. Now let's do the same also for the routers. So routers, we're going to first of all start with the user router. So we're going first of all to start with the user router router.js. User router.js, and then we move to support router router.js, and then we have the settings router.js, settings router.js, and then you're going to have the review loans router, review loans router. But instead of naming them routers, you can say like maybe review loans routes, because routes are when there are many, and then router I think is on its own or it's singular. I think something like that. So instead of just naming them router, you can just name them as routes. Okay, but I like using router, so yeah. So no, there's no offense in using router like that. So okay, so the next one will be the repayment router. Repayment router.js, and then we'll have the so we are going to have the PayPal router, but at this point you're not going to include the PayPal, because I want first of all to do the basic things, and then from there we're going to go to the complex stuff later. Okay, so after having been through the repayment router, we're going to go to the notification router. That will be the notification router.js, and then we're going to move to the loan router.js, and then loan report router. So we're going to say here loan report router.js. And then we'll have the lender profile router. Yeah, like that. And then lastly, we're going to have the investment router.js, and then we're going to have the borrower repayment router, router.js, and then we'll have the borrower notification router, router.js. Then we have the borrower loan router, router.js. Yeah, like that. Okay. Now I think we are through with that, so let's move to the next part, which is going to be the part of the user. So you're going to start first of all with the part of the users. So in this part of the users, you're going to first of all include like all the things that you're going to, okay, let me show you practically here. So in this part of the user, let me show, so yeah, this part of the user. So here we're going to include like the specific model for the user, okay? Because as you can remember, if we come to the table, that to our Postgres table, let me show you how it was. One minute. Okay. So if you come to our Postgres table, at this part with the SQL editor, come to this part where we created the table of the users. Just click it. It's taking some time. Okay, like that. As I told you before, you realize that in this part of the users you have the part of the ID. This ID is usually given automatically when the person registers. Okay, it's given automatically, and then you have the part of the name. This part of the name is usually it's not given, but you're the one who includes it when you are registering. Then you have this part of the email. This email is the one that you include personally. And then you have the part of the password. Password also, you're the one who includes it. Okay. Also in registering, like I included this part of the role whereby you are supposed to select which role you are. But initially, like in the front end, you're only supposed to, I'm going to only include the part of the lender and the borrower, because I can't allow everyone to choose to be an admin. Okay, if everyone is an admin, then it's going to break the whole application and it's not going to be good. So in the front end, I'm going only to include the part of the lender and the borrower, but the backend has this part of also the admin. Okay, yeah. So you have this part of is active, which is true. By when someone registers, then by default they are active. Okay. Yeah, I think you've seen that. So the only things I'm going to include are the part of the name, the email, and the password. I hope you understood that. Good. Now let's move to the model. Okay, so let's move to this model. So what you're going to do in this model, you're going first of all to do an import. First going to do an import. Sorry, this laptop is having issues. So we're going first of all to import data types. Going to import data types, and the data types they're going to be coming from. Data types are going to be coming from SQLize. Okay. Yeah. Data types are coming from SQLize. Oh, and remember, like it was not SQLize, it's SQLize. Let me show you here. It's supposed to be SQLize. Yeah. Initially, when you were making the application, when you started making the application, you're going to realize like I was making some mistake in terms of in the index and config. I was naming it as SQLize, but it's supposed to be here. Let me show you where. Here, and even some other parts here. You can see like it's SQLize with an here. Let me show you this part. This second E, this one. Like instead of putting an E, I was putting an A. Okay, so it's supposed to be an E, so it's SQLize, not SQLize. Because if you put it as SQLize, it's going to give you like an error. Okay, so we are importing that from SQLize, and also going to first of all we're going to import config. So we're going to import config, and config is coming from, that's going to be /config config.js. So it's very important for you to include a JS if it's a file. Okay, so after having imported that, so also you're going to first of all here I'm going to declare here const sequelize then I'm going to pass, that is the config. Yes, like that, sequelize. Okay, so now here I'm going to say const, now let's make the particular model. So I'm going to here const user is equals to, that is be sequelize, const user is equals to sequelize dot define sequelize dot, sorry, having issues here. Const user is equals to sequelize dot define, then the particular, so const user is equals to sequelize, yeah. Now the particular table is as per, let me show you. Now here you're going to have to put the particular table, you can see there. So what you're going to do is going to put that table name that will be user, that's going to be user, and then you're going to pass the necessary things that are going to be passed in this model. So the first thing is, first of all, you're going to have the ID. So remember, this ID is the one that is given automatically when someone registers. So the type of this ID is going to be data type. So it's going to be data types dot integer, and then we're going to have here auto increment. So auto increment you're going to say is going to be true. So the function of auto increment is just to, that means that this ID is auto, like it increments itself. Okay, yeah, like, okay, incrementing just means that it increases by default. So that means when someone registers, they can have the ID 1, then another one registers 2, 3, 4, like that. If you fail to put the auto increment to true, then your application is going to have a problem when someone tries to register. Okay, so here we're going to have, again, that will be the primary. So we're going to say here the primary key to be true, like that. Sorry guys, if my laptop doesn't if it seems like I'm going slowly, sorry, it's just my laptop is having issues, and it's having issues. Okay, so let's see. So like that. Yeah. So the next thing is the name. So after having created that ID, so you're going to have here the name. So this name is going to have a type. So the type is going to be, that is going to be data type. So data types is going to be strings dot string, Okay. That. Okay, so data type it's supposed to be data type. It's not data type. Yeah. The types will be strings. Like that. Yeah. So, and then the next thing we're going to say is we're going to have to allow null to be false. So this one checks. So that means that someone cannot try to bypass the backend by including no name. So it's not going to allow that. So you must include the name, especially when you're registering. Okay, so after having included the name, you're again going to have here the email. So this email is going to have a type. So this type is going to be still the same, that is be data type. Data types dot, since it's an email, it's going to be string. Data types dot string. Data type dot string, and then the email is going to have a unique. So that means we cannot allow someone who we cannot allow people with the same email to use the same email when registering. So email is unique, like that. So the next thing that you're going to do is we're going to include the password. We're going to include the password, and this password is going first of all have a type. So it's going to have a type, and the type is going to be okay. Type like that. So yeah, so password is going to have a type, and this type is going to be data types dot string. Data types dot string, like that. And then it's going to, we're going to say like to allow null to be false. Sorry guys. Okay. My laptop is lagging. Sorry guys for wasting your time, but let me move this. Okay, so so the password has types to be string, and then we have said here we're going to put that the part of to check if it's null or not. So we're going to say here allow null is going to be false. Yep, like that. So allow null to be false, and then let me show you how. Yeah, here we're going to now to include the part of the role. This role is going to have a type. This type is still going to have also say the same, the data types. So the data types dot enum dot enum. So going to include the choices, which are the admin, we have the admin, then we're going to have the lender, then we're going to have the borrower, like that. Now here below we're going to say the default value to be borrower. That means if someone doesn't include like the particular details, then you're going to give them a default value of borrower. That also you're going to have allow null is going to be false. Yeah. Allow null is going to be false, like that. And now below this role you're going to have the is active. Is active is going to have a type of data types, that type obvious boolean, because it's either like you are active or you are not. Yeah, boolean. And then it's going to have a default value is true. So the default value is going to be to true. Yeah, like that. So that is our model, but we also need first of all to include here some small thing, some things here. We need to first of all include the part of this timestamp, because remember, when a user registers, then we need to be able to record the time that they registered into the system. Yeah. Now, from this point, what we're going to do is like we're going to create here a timestamp. Going to create here a timestamp. So this timestamp is going to tell you the part whereby the user was created, or the user details were created, and also if the user is going to modify, then to tell you like at what time they were modified. So it's going to be timestamp, then you're going to set it to true, like that. And then you're going out to export it. So you're going to say here export default user. Yeah, like that. Yeah, so from there our backend model is done, complete. Let's now move to the next part, which is the part of the controller. So we're going to move now to the user controller. Okay, in the user controller, let's just move there. Now here in the user controller, first of all, we're going first of all try to import the model that we made. So you're going to say here, going to first of all import it. So you're going to say import user. User is coming from, that will be dot slash models slash user model. But remember to put .js, very important, else you get errors. Also you need to import bycrypt. So bycrypt is really just used most of the time for encrypting your password, so that in case when you are registering when you are registering, like you don't, like we want to ensure that your password is not stored directly, or is not stored like in raw form in the database. Okay, so this just prevents it makes your password to be, or your account to be, more secure, especially when in case of data breach. Yeah, so we're going to import bycrypt, and it's coming from bycrypt, like that. Also we need to import the JWT. So we're going to say here import JWT. It's coming from, will be JSON web token. Yeah, JSON web token, like that. Now here, let's create here a function so that when user tries to register, then to do that function. So we're going to say here register user. Now here we're going to put an export const register user to be, so it's going to be an async function. So we're going to say async, then you're going to pass that will be the request, and then you're going to pass the response. There's an issue here. You can take the whole of this, then move it here. Yep, like that. Also, it's not supposed to be response only. Yeah, so like that. So supposed to be passing, so yeah, request and then passing the response. So passing them as parameters, and then going to say here, const name. Then I'm going to say const name, then const email, then const password, and then const name, email, and then password. You're passing them just at one time. Also, we have part of the role. So you are setting them to be at the request dot body. So you are going to pass there, that is the name, the email, the password, and then the role, like that. So okay, Okay, so remember it's a nesting function. So first of all, you're going to put here a try cache. You're going to put a try cache so that in case of any errors, then the particular error can be gotten, like can be catched. Okay, so we're going to say here, so it's a try cache. So let's start with, first of all, here in the part of the error. So in case of any error, I'm going to pass first of all the error as error, passing it as a parameter there. So in case of any error, then I'm going to say the response dot status, going to pass a status of 500 dot JSON, and then the particular error that you're going to get is, I'm going to say here error, then it's going to pass the error to be server error. Yeah, server error, like that. Also, after having done that, so that this is just in case if there is an error. Now in this try you're going to try to, okay, yeah, in this try you're going to try. Okay, so in this try you're going to first of all do a const existing. Let's say if maybe there's an existing user, we're going to try to say we're going to try to make sure that a person cannot register with more than one email. Okay, and it needs like to tell it needs to behave appropriately, because if you don't define this, then like the likelihood of the application breaking is very high. So I'm going to say const existing user. Existing user is going to be await, then you're passing the user dot find one, dot find one, yeah, dot find one, like that. And then in this part of finding one, we're going to check the email. Okay, because you can't say because remember, people can have the same name and people also can have the same password, but what you can never have is people having the same email. It's not possible. Okay, so here I'm going to put a condition here where we're going to say where we're going to say here where the email, sorry, okay, yeah, like that, where email, and we're going to put now where email if existing user, if there's an existing user, then we need to return a particular message to the user or the person who is trying to log in. Yeah, so okay, so let's remove this. If there's an let's just remove this. Right, so we're going to say here if there's an existing user, then what we need to do is we're going to put here 1 minute, yeah, like that. Or if there's an existing user, then we're going to return the response, which is a response represented by res, response.status. Then I'm going to pass the status, which is 400.json. And now the message that is going to be displayed on the person is supposed to be the user exists, the user already exists, like that. Yeah. So return response.status for founded JSON. Yeah, user already exists. Yeah. Okay, so I think from there we're through. Yeah. So the function, let me show you. So the function of this part that we have made here is just for us to check if maybe a user exists. If the user exists, then want it to return an error. Okay, want it to return an error and tell the person like, hey, you can't register this email, or because this person, this person already exists. Okay, so but now let's try to encrypt your password. So in encrypting your password, you're going now to do a const, let's say hash. Can give it a const hash password. I'll say here const hash password is equals to await, and then you're going to use now bycrypt in encrypting your data. bycrypt.hash, then you're passing here the password, and the minimum password, the password suppose is going to have that is digits of 10 there. Yeah, digits of 10 when hashed. So like that. So when hashed is going to have like something there, digits of 10, and then we're going to say here const new user. Const new user is going to be await, that will be user await user dot create, await user dot create. That means if everything succeeds, if it checks like the email is correct, and if the here it's supposed to be password. Okay, so okay. So password like that. Okay, so here like this line that I'm trying to make is that means if it checks the email and then finds everything is okay, and then it's going to hash now the password. Then after hashing the password, now we're going to create a new user. So this new user, again, you're going to pass there when creating the new user, you're going to pass the name, going to pass again the email, then you're going to pass the password. Okay, I'm going to pass the password. Now this password is going to be, first of all, it's going to be hashed. It's going to be hashed password. Hashed password. It's supposed to be this password here. Yeah, supposed to be this password here. So you're passing that is the hashed password like that. Okay, and also still another thing you're going to be passing is the role. That means okay, so there's a problem here. Just wait a minute, please. Let's wait. Yeah. Okay, so hashed like that. Yeah. Okay, so that error is gone. That means when creating a new user, then we're going to pass that is the name that the user included, and then the email, then the password. But this password is going to be hashed. you can see like it's being hashed by crypt, and then the role. Then from there now it's going to be sent to the database. Okay, now let's include also here the part of the logging in, and then after including that, you're going to include the router, and then you're going to try to test it on our Postman. So here we're going to say now the part of logging in. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do an export. We're going to do an export const login user. It's going to be an async. This async you're going to pass still the same, the request, and then you're going to pass the response. Pass the request and then the response. And what you can do here, we're going to say that's going to be const, and then you're going to pass the email, and you're going to pass now the password. Yeah, like that. So we're going to pass the email and the password. Okay, after having done that, so remember, supposed to be in, not in brackets but in braces. Yeah, supposed to be in braces, like that. So we are passing now the password and the email and the password. Now we're going to set this to be in request the body, so that when the person is sending the particular request, okay, in the body. So from there we're going to again to use the try catch. So in case of any error, then it needs like to tell the person like, hey, there is an error, and then do this and do this. That. Now here we're going to put now we're going to have the try catch. So in case of any error, like it's going to give you this error. So in case of any error, we're going to say still the same. That will be response.status be 500. Response.status 500. Then the JSON. And then the particular error is going to be error. Then that will be server error. Server error. Yep, like that, server error, like that. Okay. And then in this part of the try, what we're going to do is in this part, first of all, you're going to say const user. So remember, like it's an await function. So we're going to say here const user await user dot find one, await user dot find one, and then we're going to say this dot find one. So it's here. Okay, dot find one, and then let me show you. Yeah. So here we're going to say, we're going to now pass where the email where email, and then first of all let's fix this. Yeah, it'll just be there. Then so here you are saying await user find one, where we're passing now the email. Now below it you're going to use the if statement. So you're going to say if there is no user with that email and the password, what you need is to, if there is no user with that email and the password, what should happen? So this is what needs to happen. If there is no user, then what you want it to happen is we're going to have an await, and so what you're going to do, and then you're going to pass the bycrypt. Going to pass now the bycrypt dot compare. So bycrypt, if there is no user, and if there is no user or so not an or there is no email after having been compared by bycrypt. So what you need to do is, after having been compared, so let's say the password here, the user, the password, so we need this to happen. Okay, we need this to happen, like it needs to return a response dot status of 400 the JSON. Then now the message inside it, we're going to say like invalid email or password. Valid email or password. Yeah, like that. Yeah. Sorry. So that's how it's going to be. So what we're trying to do here, let me explain to you in detail. So we are doing this if there is no user here, or there is no password after having been compared by bycrypt, because like remember bycrypt is the, if we hadn't included the bycrypt, then it will just have said if there is no user and there is no password. But remember, we're going to read the bycrypt to, since the one that encrypted our password, okay, the one that encrypted our password, so the one that can only decrypt it. Okay, so we are including that bycrypt. So if there is no user, or there is no, or if the password is incorrect, so we need to return this message of invalid email or password. Okay, nice. So from there, what you can do is, now you can try now to check in terms of the token. What you can do is you can say const token to be JWT dot sign. Then you're going to say you're going to say the ID to be the user dot ID, and the role. Let me show you how here, and then the role is going to be the user dot role. Yep. So JWT dot sign, and then the ID user dot ID, and then role is going to be user dot role. Yep, like that. So from this point, we're going to say here. So at this point, you can include here your JWT. You can just, let's say, you can just include here your JWT secret. Okay, you can include it directly, but since we already have it in the, we already have it, that is, we have it already in our .env file, then there's no use for this line, but you can include it here directly. And also you can include here an expire. What you can do, you can say it expires in, because remember, you need to include an expiration date for your token, so that you can be able to, like, you just need to include your expiration date so as to prevent other people from using it. Okay, yeah, not other people, like unauthorized people from using it. Yeah, like that. So it's going to be 1 hour like that. So yes, let's see here. So including here the GWT. Yeah. But I don't think we're going to need this line for now. What we can do is okay, so after having included that, but I don't think we'll need that, so we can do response dot status, response dot status, and then pass the 200 status dot JSON, then pass the particular token. Like that, when someone tries to log in. Like that. Okay, so from that point, yeah, so yeah, everything is okay. So const token is called GWT sign. Yes, so if they, and then the user ID or like that. But personally, I don't think we'll need this line, but let's do this. Let's comment it, and then I'm going to return to it later. Let's comment it, and then I'm going to return to it later. Okay. Yeah, after having commented it, like, let's now move to the, okay, there's an issue here. Don't know why this is giving an issue. Okay, so respondent status. Oh, so it's supposed to be that. Yeah, like that. Now let's move now to the router, because we're already with the finished with the controller. Let's move now to the user router. So in this user router, here, first of all you're going to try to import, that is the router. We're going first of all to try to import, that will be the router from Express, router from Express. Also we are going to import, that will be the get all users, just wait 1 minute. Okay, yeah, like that. So suppose here to be import. Let's just import like that. Okay, yeah, importing, yeah, okay, like that. Also we're going to import get all users, and also we're going to import the part of, let's say, part of registering and the part of, okay, let's part of register user, and you're also going to import the part of login user. Yeah, login user, like that. and this register user and the login user they are coming from that would be dot slash controllers slash user controllers slash user controllers dot js. Okay. This laptop. Okay. Yeah, like that. So we have imported them successfully. Also, another thing that you're going to need is, first of all, you're going to say here the const router is equals to, that will be passing the router, and here what you're going to do is you're going to now try to register user and then login user. So you're going to say router dot post, that will be register. Then you're going to pass the part of the register user. Then you're going to say that will be router dot post, that will be the login. Then you're going to pass the login. I'm going to pass now the login user. Okay, so let's switch. Okay, that include that. Okay. Also, like that. Yeah, so we have the part of the register user and the login user. So let's look at the controller. That was the user controller. Let me make sure that they are the ones. Yeah, here is the controller. Yeah, so there's the login user. Then there's oh yeah, there was a problem here. Not instead of using register, I said it's supposed to be register user. Register user, like that. Okay, so let's come to the router, register user, yeah, like that. You can see everything. You can see now even the color. Now from this point, let's now move to our Index.js, and we're going to, let me show you what we're going to do. Because right now, if even if we save, like, there's nothing will happen. Come to this part, I want us to import it, import the router. So enter. So we're going to do an import. So we're going to import the user router. User router is coming from /router. Is it router or routers? Yeah, routers / user router.js, like that. Now after having done that, we need also to we need to come to this part here. Let me show you. This part where we had the part of the routers, I told you, like, yeah, this part where I told you we're going to include the routers here. So if we come to that part, what you can do is you can do an app.use, and then you're going to pass the you're going to pass the API / the users, and then you're going to pass the user router. Let's wait a little bit. Okay, so here like that. So the users, and then the path, the API, and then we have /users, and then user router, like that. Okay, so that's the only thing we needed to do here. You can do Ctrl+S to save it, or you can come here and then save the whole of it. Now first to be able to test it, let's come to our Postman. Let's come to our Postman, and let's try to see if the login and the register, if they work perfectly. Okay, so let's wait a little bit. Okay, so like, remember our backend is running on the port 5000. It's running on the port 5000. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have, first of all, here, let me show you. So it's going to be a post. Let's select that. So it's going to be a post, and then we're going to include the HTTP here. So here we're going to say it's going to be, that is going to be just 1 minute, like this. let's see, yeah, so it's going to be, we're going to include that is, let's just include this, and then we're going to change it. Let's include this, so that will be the http and then dot slash localhost, and then 5000 slash API, but not investment, so we're going to say here to be API slash users. Why? Like, how have I known it's users? So let me show you. Let's try to minimize this. Yeah, just that. Yeah. So if you come to the package.json, sorry, index.js, yeah, you can see here we have the API, and then you have the slash users. The part that changes, if you come to the user router, we're going to realize that you have the part of register and then the part of the login. So we're going to include register if you want to register, and then login if you want to log in. Okay, so if you come here after having included the users, so we're going to include slash register. Okay, slash register, like that. Now after including that part, okay, so that after including that part, we're going to try now to include those details. Let's come here. Here you're going to pick that will be a row. It's going to be a row, and then it's not going to be text, it's going to be JSON. Yeah, it's going to be JSON, like that. So from this point you're going to say this. Okay, so we're going first of all pass the name. So the name is going to be, I think all of them are supposed to be in. So the name is going to be, let's say I can just include like let's say John Doe, and then we're supposed to pass also the password. No, yeah, it was email first of all, the email. So let's say the email is like maybe joe@test.com. Yeah, joe@test.com, and then we are supposed to pass the password. Don't know if you can see my screen well, so we're supposed to pass the password. So the password, I can just include maybe some random, let's say just 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0, like that. And then we're supposed to pass now the role. Now in terms of choosing the role, let's say the role is maybe not admin, let's say lender, like that. So let's try to register and see if everything is going to work as we anticipate. Okay, so let's wait for this cursor to behave appropriately. Sorry, 1 minute. Like this laptop is just, I don't know, it's misbehaving. So from this point, let's send it. Let's see if everything is going to work. Okay, so we're having an issue. Okay, let's look at our backend and see where the issue is. Okay, so Oh, so you're having this issue. Yeah, part of getting. Oh, yeah. So let's remove this because we don't have that part. Let's remove it like that. Control S. Let's make sure it's running okay. Okay, so problem user router. Okay, there. Okay. So export default route, export default router or export router. Control save and let's see. Okay, let's see and try to see if everything works perfectly. Okay, let's come here. Then you can try to send it. Okay, like I tried to send it, and after sending it, let me show you how it is. You can see, like, here in the table, in this users table, you have this data of John Doe and the email and the password. Like I sent it previously, but you can send it again. So what you can do, let's change the name from John Doe. Let's change it to maybe Jane Doe. Then change this to Jane. Yeah, you can just leave the password as that, and you can change the name from lender, let's say, to admin. Let's say admin. Okay, so from that, let's try to send it. So as you can see, if it's going to register successfully. Okay, you can see, I don't know if you can see here, there's something like being executed here, so that means everything is running okay. You can see here we have the part of gin at test.com. yeah, everything. Yeah, I think the data has been sent successfully, but I don't know the problem why this part, like, it keeps executing, because I think this data has been sent successfully. Because if you want to know if this data has been sent, then you can just look at your terminal. You can see, I don't know if you can see it. If you come here, you're going to see like executing. You can see here, like inserting into users, we have the ID, name, email, password, and then the role. Then you have the is active, and then created at, and then updated at. So like it has inserted that data into our table. So if you want to know, you can just refresh, and let's see if it's already in the table. Then from there, we're going to try to sign in. Let's just wait a second. as you're waiting for that, you can just come to this. I don't know why it keeps sending, because I think it was sent successfully. So what you can try to do is, let's try to log in. Don't know why that's so, or that is a problem there, but you can try again now to log in. Okay, log in. So we're going to be passing the email and the password when logging in. So let's see. Okay, still refreshing. Let's try to log in. I'm supposed to hear a message telling us that login was successful. But still, if you want to see if the login will execute, you can come to the terminal still. Okay, yeah, I don't know, you can see here. So here we have the gendo, as I told you. So you have those information. Okay, you can see it here. So our register is working perfectly. Now, what about the login? Always the login should be working perfectly, but the issue is that I don't know why it keeps trying to send the data, because like you can just see here like sending requests every time. So I don't know why why it has this issue, but yeah. But I assume also the login works perfectly. Yeah, also the login works perfectly. But I don't know why it's taking a lot of time. If you come to so if you come here, the login works perfectly. If you come also here to the terminal, you can see that executing default select ID, then name, email, password, role. So it's active to and then create data and then update us. So from users, what you're trying to get, where users email is equals to jen@test.com. So yeah, also the login works perfectly. So okay, so let's try again. I always assume the login works perfectly because my postman is taking a lot of time. Okay, so you're having here an error. So the error is we have the server error. So let me look at it. So let me look at the login. So let's go to the users controller, try to solve this. So you can see here there is an error here. So there's a typo here. I don't think it will have any much effect, but let's try to fix it. Yeah, like that. Then Control Save. Let's just wait 1 minute for everything. Let's just wait. Okay, so as you're waiting for that, so the next part that you're going to be looking at is the part of the support. Yeah, this is a part of the support that is for, so we're going to create the we're going to create the particular details, the backend details for the part of the support. We're going to create that is the model, the controller, and the routers. Yeah. So those are that is the next part. So first of all, let's see this is true. So I think we are through with our users, because yeah. So, and let me tell you, like, can you see, like, this part we had, what we did, like, is that we had commented it before. Yeah, so we had commented it like that, but what I want us to do is I removed it as a comment, because I want it. Okay, so the function of this part is that I'm going to try to console log or show you your token. Okay, yeah, it's going to try to show your token on Postman, so that you can be able to copy it. You can be able to see the particular token. Okay, and also they were, like, I was able to add this part, this, what is it called, like the question, not question mark, this comment, these are, is it like, not comments. Okay, I was able to add this, is it, yeah, this quotes. Yeah, this part of the quotes, I was able to add this part of the quotes, because initially it was like this, it was without the quotes. Yeah, it was just like this, and it cannot be like this because it's going to give an error. Okay, yeah, so I was able to add those quotes as it was needed. Yeah, so yeah, so we can make that changes, and yeah, so I was able to add those changes, and yeah, I think everything now works perfectly, because even if you come to our Postman, let me show you. Just want us to see how it works, and so that you can continue with the other parts. Let's wait some seconds. Okay, so if you come to this part of the postman, and I don't know if you can remember, like we already had registered, that was John Doe and Jane Doe. Okay, so from this point you're going to try to, first of all, we're going to try to register the Jane Doe again, and also we're going to try also to log in using their details and see like if you can be able to see those particular tokens. Okay, so let's wait a little bit for, like that. So you can see we already have this Jane Doe, and also you have this email that we had registered. So we can try to sign in again. Let's try to sign in. Let's try to register it. It's going to tell you user already exists because it already exists in our database. Okay, you can see here the message is the user already exists. Okay, but if we change the part of the email and give it a new email, then it's going to accept. So let's come to the part of the login. I'm going to try to log in using the same details for Jane Doe. So the part of the login, we have the Jane at test.com, and then you have that password. So I'm going to try to log in. You can see after having tried to log in, then you're able to see this token. So that's why I told you to include that part that we have just included recently on our controller, because we want this token, because this token is going to help us or assist us when making those other parts of the backend, so that you can be able to access different data based on the user role. Okay, so you can see now that works perfectly. Now let's go to the next part, which is the loan model. So we're going to come to this, let's start first of all with the loan model, then we move to the controller. This part, the loan model. So this loan model is still going to have the same. So let's just copy this. You can just come and then let's copy the whole of this. Copy the whole of this one here. Let's say from this point here. Then you can come to the loan model. Okay, so here in the loan model, what you're going to do is, first of all, you need to add that. Okay. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to first of all change the const from user, and it's going to change it to loan. So that will be loan, and that will be SQLized or defined. So the particular table on our database is loan. It's loan, like that. So from this point you're going, first of all, in this loan you're going to is going to contain first of all loan from the admin, because the admin is supposed to see and review all the codes, all the loans that the borrower has requested, and approve them or reject. And also you're going to have the part of the borrower. Okay, so let's see, because the borrower needs to see all the types of loans, all those type of loans. that they have requested or that they have in the system. Yeah, so first of all, we are going to do a borrower. We're going to have a borrower ID, and now this borrower ID, what we're going to do is we're going to give it a type, and the type that is going to be there, we're going to say the type is data types dot integer, data types dot integer, and then we're going to give it an allow null to be, so allow null is going to be false. That means it will not allow null. And then reference is going to be references is going to be, so it's going to reference, let's say, so the part why we're adding this reference, because it's going to get the part of the borrower ID from the user's table. Okay, so it's going to, first of all, we're going to call here we're going to put here the model, which is the users, model users, yeah, like that, and the key will be the ID, like that. So you're doing this because a users is, remember, like, it's a foreign key. Users is a foreign key. Yeah, it's a foreign key. So yeah, that means that this borrower ID, I'm going to reference it from the users. Okay, yeah, that means even when the borrower is maybe requesting for a loan, they will not include their own borrower ID, because if they include their own borrower ID, then it can cause some security issues. Yeah, so we're going to get that from the users when they register. Yeah, like that. So from this point, again, we're going to we are now going to go to the borrower name. So what you're going to say is the borrower. We're going to put here the borrower name, and now this borrower name is going to have a type. So it's going to have a type, and the type is going to be data types dot string, data type dot string, and also allow null is going to be false, like that. Now we're going again to add the part of the amount, So first of all, the part of the amount is going to have a type, and the type is going to be so the type, let's say it's here, so it's going to have a type, so the type is going to be data types dot decimal, data type dot decimal, and then that will be 10, and then passing 2. That is from 10 to 2. That also is going to have an allow null to be false also. Yeah. Then we're going to have here the term. So the term is going to have a type, and this type is going to first of all have a data types. We're going to have a data types dot integer, data type dot integer, and then allow null is going to be false, like that. Then the next thing is going to be the part of the interest date. Okay, so we are through with the term. Now let's move to, we're through with the term. That the next thing is the interest rate. So interest rate. So in the interest rate, what we're going to do is this, the part of the interest rate. So we're going to give it a type. Also, the type that is going to be there is going to be of data types. Data types, because it's interest, we're going to put it as decimal. Okay, so it's going to be decimal, and this decimal is going to range that is from 5 to 2. 5 to 2, like that. Yeah, and then allow null is going to be still the same as the other one, is going to be false. Yeah. Also, after interest rate, after having included that the interests, okay, so it's supposed to be, yeah, interest like that. After having included the interest rate, you're going now to include the purpose. You're going to include the purpose, like the purpose of the loan. And remember, like I told you, this part is going to be used both by the borrower and by the admin. Okay, so the things that we're doing here mostly are for the borrower. You can say, like, yeah, mostly for the borrower, but there are some which are both for the admin and the borrower. Okay, but we're going to see it even more vividly while we make the front end. Okay, so at this part of the purpose, that is for, this one is for the part of the admin. So purpose, first of all, is going to have a type. So type is going to be the going to have a data types of, first of all, remember it's a string, because it's going to contain an input for the person to include, like, their details there. Then allow null to be false. Okay, the next thing is the repayment schedule. The repayment schedule, like that. Repayment schedule. Now this repayment schedule, so its type is data type, and then it's going to be a string, and then first of all, also is going to have an allow null to be false. Yeah, allow null to be false. And then after having included the repayment schedule, we're going now to include now the risk level. The risk level. So the type is data types. The string. The string, like that. allow null false. Okay. And then you have the repayment amount. That will be the repayment amount. The repayment amount. So the type will be still data type. Data types. That will be data types dot then float, like that, and we're going to have allow null still to be false, or for now let's just include it to be true. Okay, and then the status. The status is going to have, first of all, a data type. So it's going to have data types of data types dot enum. Then it's going to have padding. Going to have padding. And then we have approved. Then you have rejected, like that. Yeah. Okay, so also we're going to include a timestamp so that you can be able to track at what time the borrower may be requested for a loan, or maybe the time that the borrower may be repay the particular amount, or the particular amount, or maybe the time that they updated it. Yeah. So what you're going to do is going to come here below, and then you're going to add timestamp. Going to add the timestamps. So this timestamp is going to be true, like that. Yeah. You can just clean this. That. Okay. And let's export it. So that will be export default. Okay. Export default clone. Yeah, like that. Yeah, so we are through with the model. So in the model, like as I told you, this model, both the borrower and the admin are the ones who are going to use it mostly. So the borrower is going to use it when they want maybe to repay when they want to repay the particular loan that they took, and the admin is going to use it when they want to see the number of loans in the system. Okay, so after having included that, now let's move to the part of the controller. Here in the loan controller. So first of all, you're going to start by importing. We're going to first of all import loan, and loan is coming from dot slash, that would be models slash, that would be loan model. loan model.js. That. Okay, so like that. So also what we're going to do is we're going to now create the controller for getting all the users, and and also for approving the particular loan. So what we're going to do is we're going to say export const get all users. Okay, not all users, sorry. Suppose get all loans. All loans, and then remember it's an async function. So async, and here I'm going to pass the request and the response as parameters. And then you're going to use a try catch so that you can be able to catch if maybe there's any error. So in case of any error, let's first of all work with this cache. In case of any error, we're going to give a response dot status. We're going to give a response dot status of 500 dot JSON. Response status 500 dot JSON. And now the particular error that's going to give is, so it's going to be error. Then I'm going to say here error.message. This is supposed to give out the particular message. So, okay, error. So it's going to be here error.message, like that. Okay, so that means that if maybe there's an error, then to give a status of 500, and then it's going to give out the particular error. Okay, so in the try, you're going to first of all put a const loans. This const loans is going to be an await. We're going to have an await, and this await. So it will be, that is the loan dot find all. Loan dot find all. Loan dot find all, and that will be a response dot JSON, and then passing the particular that particular loans. That. So this is going to give us all the particular loans that have been created in the system. Okay. Also, in terms of, let's say, that is for getting all the loans. Now, in terms of approving a loan, because remember, like admin is the one who approves a loan. So what you're going to do is going to do an export const approve loan. This const approve loan is an async function. It's an async function. So we're going to have an async. Then you're going to pass the requests, then the response. The request and then the response. Like that. And you're going to now put a const. So the const will be const ID. This const ID you're going to put it to request dot status, request dot, let's say, params, like that. And here we're going to try to use a try catch still. So that means that in case of any error, then what you want is going to just give out the same thing as we did it here above. So you can just copy this. So that means in case of any error, then we want it to give us the particular error, like that. Now here in the try, what we're going to do is we're going first of all to do almost the same thing that we did above, but we're going to first of all do a const. Let's do const loan. This const loan is going to have be an await, so we're going to say await, then loan dot find by pk, find by pk, because let's remember, like the loans, remember, like the part of the loans, then it's going to be like a foreign key. Okay, so we're going to try to approve or reject it, because like remember the loans is going to be like a foreign key. So we are going to try to get it using an ID. Okay, using the particular IDs. Yeah, so here we're going to say if there is no loan, then we need this, we need it to return this. So it's supposed to return a response dot status of 404, which means status of 404 just means it's not found. So it's going to return this status of 404 dot JSON, and the particular message that you're going to get is going to be, the particular message is going to be this, which is loan is not found. So we're going to say the loan is not found. Yeah, like that, loan is not found. Yeah. Also, we're going to do a loan.status. Here we're going to do a loan.status. Loan.status to be first of all approved. Approved. Yeah, approved like that. So that will be an await loan.save. That. Then we're going to say response dot, that will be JSON. We'll say the message, the particular message that is going to give is going to be like, let's say maybe if in case everything goes successfully, then it's going to say loan was approved successfully. Yeah, loan was approved successfully. That is this, remember, like this part of the function is for approving loan. Okay, loan was approved successfully. Yeah, like that. So yeah. Yeah, so I don't know if you have understood it. So it's like this. Let me explain. So what you're trying to do is, in this try, let's focus with this try, because I think I've explained enough about this cache. So in this try, what you're trying to do is you're saying like, hey, const loan is equals to await loan dot find by pk. So we're going to try to find loan by ID, because remember, like when loans let me show you, we have here something known as the, let me show you here the part of the requesting for loan. Where is it? Borrower repayment. Okay, loan. Okay, there's a part you're going to create for a borrower to for borrower when they want to request a particular loan. Okay, so when they are going to request a particular loan, so remember those loans, when they are going to be created, they're going to have their own IDs. Okay, they're going to have their own IDs, and those IDs are the ones that are going to be representing them. So we usually use find by pk when we want to access something. When we want to access something that is not on our own model, but is found on in another model. Okay, yeah. So we're going to try to access them using the loan. That's why we're using this part. And then now, if there is no loan, we want it to return this. If there is no loan, we want it to return a response.status of 404. Even if you go to ChatGPT or if you Google what does status 404 mean, so that means just if something does not exist. Okay, if maybe if you go to a particular page and you find the status is 404, it means like it doesn't exist. So the loan is going, so it's going to give out this message which the loan does not exist. And let's say if the loan.status is approved, if the admin approves it, then we're going to do an await. That will be loan.save, and the response.json, the message is going to be loan approved successfully. Okay, now what about if we reject the particular loan that the borrower has tried to request for? Now I'm going to create here another function. So it's going to be an export const reject, export const reject, then going to be async. We're going to pass that will be the requests, then the response, like that. Then here we're going to do a const id, still the same. Const id will be to request params, like that. Then still I'm going to use here the try cache. So instead of let's just copy the all of this try cache, and you can copy it and then come here, paste it like that. So the part of rejecting loan, so the try is going to be, first of all, say the same loan to be find by pk. Okay, if there is no loan, want it to return that message still. If the loan status is, let's say, not approved right now, so it's going to be rejected. So be rejected. If the loan status is rejected, then await, that will be loan.save, then supposed to give loan rejected. So the particular message will be loan rejected successfully. Loan rejected successfully, like that. So, and also this part of cache should just remain the same in case of any error. Okay, yeah, I think from there we are through with that part. Yeah, so let's now move to our routers. That will be the loan, that will be the loan router. Where is it? It is okay. Now here in the loan router, we're going to first of all start by importing, that will be still express, import express from express. Okay, also we're going to import, that will be we're going to import all those things from the controller. We're going to import them from, let me show you, that will be from, that will be dot slash controllers slash, that will be loan controller, yeah, like that. Yes, so what you're going to be importing are, first of all, is the get all loans, then you're going to also import the approved loan, also you have the part of the reject loan, yeah, part of reject loan, like that. Now here again we're going to do a const router. So our const router going to be express.router like that. So from this point you're going to do the router.get. So the router.get is going to, the path will just be like that, just slash, and from there what we can do is we're going to pass this get all on. That okay, you can just do this. Yeah, like that. So from this point, this one is for getting the get all loans. Then this one is going to be for put. So in case of maybe updating, so we're going to, that will be put, and then it's going to be the part of approved loan. So control copy, like that. But remember, when you're approving loan, like, you need to get the particular loan ID. Okay, so instead of just putting a slash here, we're going to include the ID, the specific ID, and then we're going to do slash approve like that. Also, in this other part, we're going to take this part of reject loan, control copy, like that, and we're going to also give it an ID, and then slash reject ID, and then slash reject like that. Also still are going to give it an export, so that will be export default. So it's going to have an export default router, like that. Yeah. So we are through with that part. Now let's move to the part of the Index.js. But before that, remember, like, let's say if you can see here, like, these codes are not secure, because if even you are not an admin, like, you'll be able to navigate to this part and see these codes. Okay, this is not secure. So, but before that, let's first of all move to the Index.js, and then I'm going to show you how to make this code a little bit secure. So in this Index.js, you're going to first of all do an import. Yeah, so we're going to do an import. So the import will be import of loan router from, so that will be dot slash routers slash loan router. Yeah, like that. Yeah, so yeah, so you're through with that part. So let's now move here below here, and you can just copy this. Then instead of using this API, this part of users, what you can do is you can just remove this, instead of doing that, you can just include the loans. That. Then you can come here, and then copy this loan router. And paste it like that. Okay. Yeah. So after having done that, let's try to save. You can do Ctrl S. Let's just wait a minute, see if everything will work okay. So in the meantime, let's navigate to that part and try to see if we are able to do the necessary gets. So let's move this. So that will be loans. That will be loans. And then this part of loans, we're going to do a get first of all. Yeah. So, but before doing that, let's make sure that the server has. Let's see. Okay. So, null false. Okay. Okay, let's run it again. Okay, yeah, you can see everything is running okay. So let's try to do a get, because remember, like, we're trying to do a get here as per, let me show you. If you come to the loan, to this loan router, you're going to realize you have the part of the get, then you have this part of, no, this is supposed to be really get. I think it's supposed to be still put, because this one is supposed still to be put. Yeah. Yeah, supposed to be put like that. You can save it like that. So from this point, we're going to try to first of all do a get and try to get any loan, because remember, like in our system, like I was testing it, and maybe we are not supposed to have any loans, but we're going to try to get the loans. Yeah. So let's try to get the loans. So I'm going to try to do get. So let's wait. Okay, so you can see, like, okay, I had tested it before, and I'm getting this type of loans. Okay, yeah, I'm getting this information here, these loans here. But as I told you, like, these codes that you have made are not secure. So we're going to first of all need to make a middleware. So the middleware to be able to check if someone is authorized to do some gets, or to approve a loan, or to reject a loan. So what you're going to do first of all is we're going to create a middleware. Let me check if we have that middleware. So we didn't create it. So let's create a folder. Let's create a folder. So this folder is going to be a middleware. Then this middleware is going to have a file. So this file is going, let's just give it maybe auth middleware, and then give it a JS file, JS extension, auth middleware.js. So this auth middleware, we're going to first of all do an import of JWT, and we're importing the JWT which is coming from the JSON web token, and we're going now to do a const. So this const is going to be const auth middleware, that is const auth middleware. Then I'm going to pass the request, then passing the response, and finally next. And then here, what we're going to do here is we're going to do a const. So it's going to be const token. So we're going to say const token to be in the request dot headers dot authorization. Yeah, that is going to be in the request dot headers dot authorization, and then dot split. So we're going to try to split it. Dot split. Here in the split, going to pass one. So here in the split, like what this code does is that it's going to try to extract the token from the bearer. So here we're going to try to extract the token from the bearer. Yeah, like that. So that is the function of this code that I've written here. Okay, so now we're going to use conditional statements. So we're going to say if there is no token, want it to return this, want it to return a response dot status to be 401 dot JSON. Yeah, like that. So the particular message that is supposed to be there is supposed to be this. So the particular message is supposed to be authentication token missing. Authentication token missing. Yeah, like that. If there is no token, then to give you that that message. And let's use now a try catch. So let's use a try catch. Let's say if I'm going to do here okay, so let's first of all start with this cache. So if maybe this cache doesn't, if maybe there is some error here, what we're going to do is we're going to first of all do this. That will be return, that will be response dot status 401, response dot status 401, and then the particular message, that it can give is this. So you can say this message, which is going to be maybe invalid token. Yeah, invalid token, like that. that is if someone tries to use a token, but maybe let's say maybe it's expired or something like that. Okay, so let's try to export. So that will be export default of middleware. Export default of middleware. Now in this part of the try, what you can do is we're going to first of all try to do here a const that will be decoded. This const decoded is going to have a JWT. So we're going to say JWT.verify, and it's going to try to verify now the token with, let's say, your JWT secrets now. Okay, with your JWT, with the JWT secret. Yeah. Yeah, the JWT secret like that. Also, we're going now to pass here that will be the request dot user to be decoded. Request dot user to be decoded, and then we're going to try to now the function of this request dot user to be decoded. This one is for attaching the user details to the request object. Okay, so the function of this part is just for attaching the user details. This one for attaching the user details to the request object. Okay, so also here we're going to pass now the, let's say, passing the next. Yep. That's so passing next like that. Okay. So now we're going now to try to use this middleware in all our application, not our routers, so that you can be able to know if someone has logged in or not. So now let's move to the part of the loan. Yeah, this part of the loan, we're going now to use this middleware here. And what we're going to do first of all is you're going to import it. So we're going to do an import of middleware from that path. And what we're going to do here, you can just copy this, and then you can come to this part here. You can paste it. That also still come to this part here. Then lastly here. Yeah. That. So from this point, let's try to save the whole of it, and let's try now to access that data using our Postman, because now Postman is supposed to give us an error when you try to request a data without authenticating. Okay, now you can see like previously it was giving us the data without asking us any details. So now let's try to now get the same data. I don't know. Yeah, you can see authentication token is missing. First of all, it needs us to authenticate. So in terms of authenticating, let's move to the part of login. So this part, I think this part of the admin. So you can try to log in and get that token. So you can come here. Then do control copy. Okay. Do control copy. Yeah, like that. So what you're trying to do is you can see, like, first of all, after getting your token, you're going to come to this part of the headers. This part of the headers, you need to write this word which is authorization, starting in the name, and also in this part of the bearer, you're going to, this other part with the value, you're going to first of all require to write this name, bearer, then put a space, and then now you're going to paste your particular details there. Okay, now after having done that, let's see. Okay, so first of all, this data is not right, so we're going to get here error. But what I want us to do is, you can come to this part. Let me show you this, and then copy, and then let's get this to control, not this one. Okay, we already had this. So this part of token, I don't know if we're getting let's see here. Okay, let's try to log in again. Okay, it is the token. Then let's move to part of the loans. Okay, let's see here. Oh, there's an issue here. There's a typo here. So it's supposed to be token like that. Then let's save it. Let's just wait. Okay, so let's try again to test it. Yeah, you can see right now, after having fixed that, you can see we are able to get that particular data. You can see, yeah. So it's working okay. Nice. Now let's move now to the next part. Okay, next part, which is the part of the settings part. Let's move. Where is the model? Yeah. Let's move now to this next part, which is the settings part. Now here in the settings, Or before that, before going to settings, let's first of all move to the loan report model, because right now we are through the loan model. So let's move to the loan report model. So here we are going to do almost the same thing. I just come to the users and copy all of this. Then now come to the loan report. Where is it? Loan report model. So first of all, we're going to finish first of all with the admins part. So we're going to finish with the report, then the settings and the support. Okay. Then after having finished with that part, after having been through the model, the controller and the routers, we are going to test them. We are going to test them at the end. I hope we've understood each other, because if I do report and then I move to, and then I go to testing, if I do this and then testing like in Postman, like it's going to take a lot of time. Okay, so I'm going to first of all finish the loans report, the settings and the support. Those are for the admin. Then from there we're going to test them and then move now to the part of the borrower. Okay, now let's finish these settings first. Let's be quick. So here is going to be config and then scroll. Okay, so here we're going to say, let's say const loan report, loan report, like that. And then the particular database table is loan report like that. Now from this point, what you're going to do is we're just going to do the same thing. You can just come to the let's come to the users, and what you can do is let's copy this part here. So let's copy this. I just copy any part from there. Then let's move to the report, come here and then press it like that. So let's do this. So we're going to change this name to be total loans. So it's going to be total loans like that. Then these total loans is going to have a data type of, let's change it to integer. Then allow null to be false. Then we're going to put here the total funds. So the total funds, the data type is going to be float. Let's change this to be float, from string to float. Then allow null will be false, and then this one you can change it to be total repayments. Like that. Now this total repayments is going to have data type is going to be float. Data type is going to be float, and then allow null is going to be false. And also here we're going to include the active loans. Okay, so active loans like that. Active loans, and these active loans is going to have a data type of string of integer. Because loans is in numbers, so it's going to give it an integer. So it's going to be integer, and allow null is going to be false, and then lastly you're going to give it, you're going to change this to be overdue loans. Overdue loans, is it? Yeah, no, overdue loans, like that. This overdue loans going to, so type is the type of integer, so the data type will be integer, and then allow null will be false. That. Yeah. So we're going also to export it. So to be export default. So it's going to be export default. That will be loan report. Export default loan report. Export default loan report, like that. Yeah. So we are through with the model. Now let's move to the controller. That will be the loan report controller. Where is it? It is okay. Now in this loan report controller, we're going first of all to import two things. First of all is the loan report and also the loan. Okay, so we're going to first of all import the, that will be the, we're going to import the loan report. Import the loan report, and another thing that we're going to be required to import is we're going to import, that will be the loan. Yeah, we're also going to import this loan. So from this point you're going now to do an export. We're going to do an export const create report data. Export const create, because they're trying to read this is the part where you can create a particular report. Export, yeah. Export create report. Create report data, like that. Still it's an async function. It's an async function, and since it's an async function, I'm going to first of all pass the request and then passing the response. From there, what we're going to do is we're going now to use a try cache. So this part of the cache. So we're going to first of all console. We're going to try to console.error. In case of any error, we're going to try to console.error the particular error, this error. So we're going to say first of all is error creating report. Yeah, something like that. Then after having done that, we're going to need now the particular error that is causing that error to occur. Okay, like that. Now here we're going to do a response dot status. We're going to do a response dot status and pass now the status 500. Status 500 dot JSON. Now this status 500.json is going to have now the particular message. This message we're going to have this message, which is server error. Server error, like that. Yeah. Case of any error. Now in this they try, what we're going to do is we're going to now pass the const. Going to pass the const. First of all is the total loans, and then I'm going to pass the total funds, and then the total repayments, then we have the active loans. And then lastly we have the overdue loans. Then when passing this, you're going to set them to the request.body, like that. So you might be wondering, like, where are we getting all of this? Like, all of this you have gotten them from the model that you had created. That is the loan report model. Here they are. This loan, total loans, total funds, all of those. Okay, so where are we? Now after having done that, also you're going to now do a const report to be, that is, await loan report, await loan report dot create, await loan report dot create. So you're going to pass all these words here. So I can just come and then paste it and copy it. Then here and just paste it like that. So like that. But I think it will look much better if we put them like this, side by side. So let's see. Like that. Also, you're going to pass that will be the response dot status. The response dot status of 201. This status 201 .json is going to contain this message. Also, the message is going to be, let's say, something like maybe a report created successfully, in case if everything goes as required. So it's going to give this report created successfully, like that. Then you can now put the particular report. Like that. So I think everything is okay. Now, from that point, we can go, like, what we can do is we are going to now create the routers, its specific routers. But before that, remember, like, this was for creating the report. Now what about if you want to maybe get the particular report? Okay, because after you've created a report, maybe you want to get that particular report again. Okay, so let's create a function here for getting reports. So this is going to be for getting the report. Now here in the part of getting report, you can just do almost the same thing that we did, or just save time. Let's do this. Let's copy the whole of this, control copy, come here and then paste it like that. After having done that, let's now change the name from create report data to be, let's say, get report data. To get report data. Then you're going to pass the request and then the response. Now what you're going to do again is, here we want here in the try cache, the first thing that we are going to do is we're going to do this. We won't need this part of the report, this const report here, but what we can do is, let me show you. You can put this side to side. Okay. Instead of doing that, let's do this. Let's remove this, copy this, then what you can do is let's paste them, but after having pasted them, we're going to do a const. So you're going to do const, so it's going to be const total loans. It's going to be const total loans is going to be a weight, then that's going to be loan dot count. Loan dot count. Like that. So const total loans is equals to await loans dot count. Also still here you can do here const total. Okay, so here to be const total funds, but let's do this. Let's put all this in const that, also zone const that, then finally here const that. So we can copy this, let's just copy the whole bit. Now what we're going to change this, the part for total funds is going to be, so that will be loan dot sum because it's total, so it's going to be sum like that. But now instead of just putting now the sum, let's put here the amount like that. Okay, then now it will give us now the sum. Then this part of repayments is going to be, so loans dot sum, but sum still sum, and then here inside you're going now to include now that part of repayment amount like that. And now in this part of active loan, so here is going to still remain as count, and then but it's supposed to have some condition, so we're going to put this condition there. So we're going to say where status active, like that. Also this part of overdue loans is going to remain the same, but it's going to also have a condition. So we're going to say the same. So it's going to be where it's going to be where status is overdue. Yeah, that's overdue. So this part of const report is going to still remain const report data. So what you can do is let's remove this. This part here. So it's going to be, let's say, const report data. Yeah, const report data. And then I included those particular. Then response dot status. So you just need to remove this. So it's going to be a response.json. The response.json then is going to now include now the report data. It's going now to include now the particular report data. Then in terms of error, so catch error, then console.error. So let's say for it to just give us the particular error in case there is any error in fetching or in getting that data. Then response to status 500 JSON. So okay, so there's an issue here. Okay, so supposed to be message like that. I'm having a lot of typos issues. So here is supposed to be message. Yeah, like that. So this message is supposed to be message, but here what you can do is you can just put it as an error. Okay, so you can just put here as an error. So you can do this. You can say here error. And then the particular error can be, let's say, maybe you can say here maybe an error occurred while fetching the report data. While fetching the report data, like that. Yeah, from that point I think we are through with our loan report. Now let's now move to the part of the router. So that will be the loan report router. Here it is. So loan report router, we're going to do the same thing. First thing, which is obvious, importing express. And also let's import the details from the particular controller. So we're going to import all of those from, that will be dot slash, that will be dot slash dot slash controllers slash loan report, that will be loan report controller .js, that. Okay, so the things that you're going to import are, first of all, you're going to import the get report data, that will be the get report data. Also you're going to import, that will be the create report data. Yeah, there are only those two. There are only those two in that controller. Also you're going to be here a const, so it's going to be const router to be express.router that. So here you're going to do router.get, and the path here is going to be just dash or slash like that, and you're going to pass here the get report data. Get report data like that. You can just copy this, then you can paste it like that. Posts, and then here I'm going to put that for create data. Like that. Now remember also we are going to import the authentication. Yeah, so we're going to first of all also import, that will be the auth middleware, and then we're going to include it in here. Like that. Yeah, so I think from there we are through with that. Now let's move now to the next part, which is the settings model. So in the part of the settings model, let's move now to the settings model first, so that you can do the model, and then we'll move to the next part. So settings model first of all, is it? Is copy this, okay. From that point, we're going to change the name here from user. We're going to change it to setting. We'll change it to setting. Setting like that. Then okay, here also will be setting. Also, you can just come to the user and copy this. You could just come and then copy this. And then let's move to the settings here and just place it like that. So the first thing that we're going to change is this. So from name, we're going to change it to interest rate. So that will be interest rate, like that. So interests, yeah, interest, like that. For interest supposed to be then interests rate, like that. So this interest rate is going to have a data type. So its data type is going to be float. Going to be float. Allow null to be false. Then this one is going to be repayment term. So that will be payment term. Yeah, repayment term, like that. So this repayment term, the type still will be of integer. So to be integer, like that. And then just going to also include that allow null to be false. Yeah, and then we're going to have this part of the fees. This part of the fields is going to have so the data type is going to be float here. Float, and then allow null is going to be false, like that. And then this we're going to change it to terms of service. Terms of service, like that. So this terms of service, so type is going to be data type, and then let's move this, not going to be enum, so it's going to be, here is going to be text, like that. And allow null is going to be false. But as for now, let's put the allow null to be true, just for the sake of it. But we're going to change it later to be false. Let's just put it to be true, terms of service to be true. And then here we're going to change here this one to be privacy policy. Privacy policy. So privacy policy. So this privacy policy, data type is going to be data types, and then going to be text. Data type will be text, and then you have the default value is going to be true, like that. Now from this point, let me see. We're going first of all to create also some timestamp, because we want it to be able to record the specific time. Yeah, so okay, So here we're going now to put now the part of the timestamp. So we're going to include that timestamps. This timestamp is going to be false, and just to be safe, we can also just say here the table name, you can just give it to be settings, just for the sake of it, but it's not that important because we had already like set the table name above when we're making this model, or you can just include that to be there, settings. Okay, like that. Yeah, so let's export it. So that will be export default setting. Yeah. Export default setting. Yeah. Was it setting or settings? Oh, setting with capital S. Okay, seems like it's sensitive to capital and small letters. Okay, so from that point, let's now move to the controllers, the settings controller. So where's the settings controller? Settings controller. Here in the settings controller, first of all, let's import the setting. So we're going to import, that will be setting. So we're importing setting. Setting is coming from /models, /models /settings model.js, like that. Also, I'm going to do an export const get settings. Export const get settings. So it's going to be an async function, and still we're going to pass, that is the requests, and passing the response. Like that. Also, you're going to now use the try cache, so that in case of any error, then this case, the part of the cache, you try to catch it. So the part of the cache, so is going to do a console.error. That will be console.error. Then it's going to give this error, which is, let's say, error in get settings. Error in, let's say, getting settings. And now we're going to need it now to give out the particular error, like that, in error, like that. So yeah, so here what you're trying to do, like, I think you know what this does. What you're trying just to do is just to log the particular error. Okay, so you're passing the response.status, so that will be response.status, and then passing the 500 status code, then to JSON, like that, and then the message, particular message, which you can just add it to be, let's say, server error, like that. Then you can pass here the error be here, that will be the error dot message, yeah, like that. So from there, I think we are through that part. Now in this part of try, we're going now to do our const settings. This const settings is going to be an await, so it's going to be await setting, dot find one. Then we're going to do an if settings. Okay. Yeah, like that. If there is settings, then we need it to do this. We need it to do a response.json. We need it to do a response.json, then pass now the settings. Then now pass the settings like that. Else if maybe that's not true, we need it to pass now the response.status. So the status is going to be 404, which means not found. Then we pass now the JSON. So the particular JSON and the message in it, so it's going to be this message, which is going to be the message going to be settings are not found. Settings not found. Settings not found, like that. Yeah, so from that point I think we are through with the part of the get. Now let's now try to create because remember, like in the settings, the admin work is just going to be mostly updating the settings. Okay, so let's now create a part where the admin can be able to update the particular settings. So I'm going to do that will be export const update settings. This update settings still a async function. Instead of just doing this, let's just copy it from this point. Yeah. So that will be update settings. On this update setting, pass the request and then the response. So try. So we're going to have it's going to first of all pass the. So it's going to pass the. Instead of just passing the settings, it's going to pass first of all this. Let's remove this, or let's go below it. So you can just do a const first of all that will be interests rate, and then you have the repayment terms. The repayment term. Then the next one is the fees. Then you have terms of service. Terms of service. Then lastly is going to be the privacy policy. Now this privacy policy, you're going to set them all to the request.body. Like that. Yeah, I'm going to set them all to request.body, and here instead of saying settings, you can just say, because you don't want it to be a constant, so here let's just say let settings to be await settings that find one. Okay, Then here we're going to say if there is settings, then we need it to do these things, this particular thing. So here below you can say that will be settings dot interest rate to be, that is interest rate like that. Now from this point, let's copy this, then paste it a couple of times. Yeah, that. So this is going to be interest rate to be interest rate. Then the next one is going to be, let's change it to the repayment term. Repayment term to be, that would be the repayment term. Repayment term like that. And then there's going to be fees. And then this one is going to be fees also. That and then that will be, here will be terms of service. Terms of service, and then here will be also terms of service. Also, we're going to have here the privacy policy. Yeah, the privacy policy. So that will be privacy policy like that. Then here, let's include the privacy policy here. Okay. Privacy policy. Yeah, like that. So let's remove this. Yeah, so also this one, instead of just saying here, so after having included the privacy policy, what you can do is you can do await. You can do await settings. Await settings. Let's save. Await settings. Let's save like that. Yeah. Yeah, so after having done the part of updating, the another thing that you need to do is the part of create settings, because we want the admin to be able to create the particular settings. Okay, so that is the first thing even you should have done, other than getting settings, because you cannot get something that doesn't exist. So let's do an export const. That will be export const create settings. And it's going to be an async. So you're going to pass the requests and then the response. That's also include the try cache here. Again, the error, you can just do the same thing that we've been doing, like from ever since started recording here. So you can just copy this and paste it here. So that will be console.error error in. This one can be error in creating settings. Error in creating settings. Then now we're going to log the particular error here. and then the response status JSON message to be server error, then that particular error. Okay. Now in this terms of creating, what you can do is you can do this. Let's come to this part of updating. So you can copy all of this. Okay. Then let's come to this point. Yeah. So it's going to be like that. All of those, setting them to request.body. Then here below we're going to say something like this. So we're going to say that will be const new settings, const new settings to be await setting dot create. Then what you're going to pass it inside are these here, so you can just copy them, control copy, and then paste it like that. Yeah. So from this point you're going again to do the response. So it's going to be response.status, then pass the status which is 201, then pass, and then it's going to have a JSON. So this JSON is going to pass that is the new settings. That is going to pass now the new settings there. Yeah, like that. So that's how you can create the new settings. Then also after having done that, now let's create another part for deleting settings, because after creating a setting, then delete and then updating it, like you need to be able to delete the particular settings. So what you can do is still this almost the same thing. Let's do this. You can come to this part of get. Let's copy this. Deleting settings, deleting like going to be a little bit easier, so not complicated. So here we're going to change it to delete settings. That will be delete settings. So okay, and then here we need to get the particular setting, the particular settings ID. So we're going to pass the ID there. Then you're going to do the request.params, request.params, and that will remain. That will be const settings to be await settings dot find. So find by pk, not find one. So that will be find by pk, find by pk. Then now passing the ID inside it like that. Then if settings, and then if settings is if there is settings, then you need it to do this. That will be await, that will be settings, await settings dot destroy, await settings dot destroy. Destroy is just for terminating or for killing or for deleting deleting that, getting rid of that settings, particular settings. Okay, yeah. So passing that the response.json, that, and then the particular message here what you can do is, let's remove this. So the particular message here can be, so yeah, the message can be this. So the message here can be settings deleted successfully. Yeah. Settings deleted successfully. Then else will be response.status 404 JSON message settings not found. Also in terms of cache, okay, we don't want it to console log it, but response.status will be 500 server error, okay. And then instead of just putting this, you can just put only the error like that. Yeah, just passing the error like that. Let's remove this. Yeah, so after having done that, what you're going to need now, let's move to the router. Is there an error here? Let's move now to the router. That will be the settings router. In the part of the settings router, here we're going to just do the same thing. First of all, importing express, and express is coming from still express. Yeah, express is coming from express like that. Also, another thing that we're going to do is we're going to first of all need to import this data here from the controllers. So we're going to, so they're coming from, that will be dot slash controllers slash, that will be settings controller.js like that. Yep. So okay, so the things that you're going to be importing from that controller are, so the first thing is get settings. Also we'll have the update settings. Also you're going to have the, that will be the create settings. Also you're going to have, that will be the delete settings like that. Yep. Here below, because you're going to use the auth middleware, you can just also import the auth middleware just for the sake of it. Auth middleware, okay. Also, what you're going to do here is you're going to do now a constructor. This constructor is going to point to, that is going to be the express.router. Okay, the express.router. Then you're going to do a router.get, which is going to be that slash like that, and then you're going to pass the first thing that you're going to pass is the settings, this get settings, control copy, then you can just paste it like that. But let's also pass the auth middleware there, control copy, then paste it like that. Okay, so you can also do this. Let's do this, control copy, you can paste it a couple of times, yeah, like that. And finally we're going to export, that will be default, export default, that will be a router. Yep. Export default router, and then here we're going to change it from get, it's going to be port, change it from get to port. Then this one is going to change from get to post, and then this one is going to be changed from get to delete like that. So here we're going to have this, so let's copy this, the part of update, control copy, then come to here, that. So we have this of create settings, control copy, that, and lastly we have this part of delete. Yep, like that. Yeah, so you can just save all of it, no problem. And then the next thing you're going to do is move to the support. So still the same. Okay, let's do this. Let's just come to the 1 minute. Sorry. Let's come first of all to this user model. I want us to copy some codes from this user model. So we're going to copy it from this point. Yep. Control C. Then let's move to the support model. Then from here, I'm going to do Control All and then Control V. Just like that. Okay, so we're going to change this name from const user. We're going to change it to support request. Support requests. It's supposed to support requests like that. Then this will be SQLize.define. Then I'm going to put now the particular table here. It will be support requests. Support requests like that. Yep. So here we're going to do ID. Okay, but instead of doing that, because it's going to take a lot of time, what you can do is you can come to the users and just copy some things here. You can copy this part from, I don't know, maybe from this point, copy it to this point here. So Control C, then come to the support model here. Okay, and then here in the support model, what we're going to do is we're going to paste it. That's Control V. So it's going to be that the ID is going to be, obviously it's going to be an integer like that, and then let's check the auto increment to be true, and then primary key. Okay, that's okay. Then you have this part, you're going to change it from user, then you're going to include it to be the user ID. It's going to be the user ID. And then yeah, user ID like that. This user ID is going to have data type to be string. Data type is going to be string. So user ID, sorry, it's supposed to be, the type is supposed to be integer. because it's an ID. Yeah, integer like that. And then the part of allowing null is going to be false, and also let's put a reference so that you can have reference. Okay, so we're going to put here references. So we're going to now include here below, we're going to include the model. So the model is the user's model. The model is the user's model, and yeah, like that, the user's model, and the key. So here below, I'm going to now add the key. The key is going to have an ID. It's going to be like that. The key is going to have an ID like that. And then here we're going to change okay, yeah, user ID is going to be key, and then here you're going to change here is going to be message. So here message, I'm going to include that message, and then the type, since it's a message, it's going to be obvious text. So type is going to be text, and then the allow null is going to be false, like that. Then here we're going to lastly include the status. Yeah, going to include that status. Yeah, status like that. So this status is going to, so type is data type, and then enumeration is going to be here. Let's put it to, okay, because it's status, let's copy all of this here. Then let's do this, well, let's do this, let's remove this part here. Then this one is going to be status, that status like that. Then here in the enumeration, you're going to change this one to be pending. It's going to be pending, and then here going to be, let's say, in progress. In progress, and then lastly is going to be resolved. Resolved. Then default value is going to be, let's say, pending. That means when someone sends a particular support request, then by default it's just going to be in the pending state. Yeah, going to be in the pending state. Yeah. And then let's say allow null, like it's not a must for us to include it here. So what you can do is you can get rid of this. It's not useful here. Yeah, like that. Also, what we're going to be required, or what we can do is we are going to add. What you can do is you're going to add now. We're going to add a timestamp, because so that you can know when at each time the particular support request was sent by the user. So what you can do is what you can do is let's put here the timestamp. So it's going to be timestamps. Then this timestamp is going to be true, like that. Then what you're going to do is you're going to be required to export this. So here below you're going to do an export default, that will be the super support request. Support request, like that. Now let's move to the controller, that will be the support request controller here. Now here in the support request controller, you're going to first of all do the necessary. That is, first of all you're going to import the support request. You're going to import the support request from that path. And what we are going to do is going to also import the user. User is coming from /models/user model.js, like that. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to create the part of create support, so that the particular user can be able to create a particular support request. So you're going to say as const export const create support request, export const create support request. Then it's going to be an async. So since the async, we are going to do a request and then a response. Then here we're going to do now a try catch. We're going to do here a try catch. This part of the try catch, this part of the error, we're going to just do the same thing that we've been doing. So it's going to be response dot status, and status will be 500. So .json, like that. Then here we're going to now print the particular error. This particular error, let's say if there's an error, you're going to print this. So failed to create support request. Failed to create support request. Yeah, something like that. So from that point, what you can do is fail to create support request, yeah, like that. So now in this try, what you're going to do is you're going to now create we're going to do const so it's going to be const message, and that will be the requests body. Because you're only passing the message, and then also we're going to do const, that will be user ID. So user ID is going to be requests dot user dot ID. Yeah, like that. Okay, also we're going to do a const support support request. Support request is equals to await support request. Support request is equals to await support request dot create. And then you're going to create that. Is first of all, you're going to pass the user ID. You're going to pass now also the message like that. Also, you're going to do that will be a response dot status, and then that will be 201 the JSON. And then there we're going to pass now the support request. Like that. Okay. Yeah, so from there I think we're through with that. Also, let's create another function which is going to help us in getting all the requests that the users have sent. So this one of get all the requests, getting all the requests support. Yeah, like that. Now what we're going to do here, we're going to do now export const get support request. I'm going to do an export const get support request to be async, then I'm going to pass the request, then the response. Then we're going to do a try cache here. Yeah, a try cache, and then in this cache we're just going to use almost the same one that we did here. Just copy it, and then can come here and then paste it. So error, and then it's going to print this error field. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to do this. Failed. Let's say failed to fetch support requests. Yeah, like that. That is in case of any errors. Now here in the try, what you're going to do is you're going now to do a let support requests. Then now we're going to include a conditional statement, so whereby you're going to say request dot user dot role, request dot user dot role. If it's an admin, if it's only an admin, then we need this to happen. So what we are going to do here is we want let me show you. So we want only the admin to see this part. Okay, yeah. So what we want to do here is we want only the admin to be able to see this part. So here we're going to do support requests. So we're going to do support requests is equals to, that is, await support request is equals to await support request dot find all. That. Now here what we're going to do is we're first of all going to include we're first going to include this model, the model user, then now the attributes, the model user, and then the attributes here. So here in the attributes, what you're going to do is we're going to first of all include that is the name, and also we're going to also include the contact like that. Yeah. Okay. Yep. And then, like, let's say if in case of any issue, then we're going to print this. So we're going to do here below, we're going to do a response.status, then pass the status of 200.json. Then there we're going to pass now the support requests. Yeah, like that. Support requests like that. Now also we need to create another function or another part whereby if a person has sent a particular request or a particular support, they can be able to edit it if they want to. So we're going to do also that will be export const update. That is going to be update support requests, which is an async function. Support request, and which is an async function, and here we're going to pass still that is the, or instead of just doing this like this to avoid wastage of time, let's just do this. Let's copy all of this from this point to this point here. Yeah, just do Control-C, and then can paste it like that. So we're going to pass the request and then the response. So the const is ID, passing the ID there of the particular support, and the request dot params, like that. And so we're going to do our const status, and then pass that the request dot body. Yeah, like that. Now here below, what you're going to do is you're going now to include a conditional statement. So what you're going to do is you're going to say here, if, let's say if there is no status, if maybe there is no status, want this to be executed, we are going to, first of all, we are going to return a response dot status. Going to return a response to status, and we are going to get so it's going to bring the code 400 to JSON, and the particular message that is going to be displayed, I want it to be this, which is going to be status is required. Status is required. Yeah, like that. So yeah, status is required like that. Now in this try, we are doing like here. You can remove this part here. What you can do is you can say here you can do a const. You can do a const update request. Const update request to be, that is, await, which is going to be support request dot find by pk. Then there we are going now to pass the ID. We're going to pass the ID there inside it. So we now pass the particular ID. That. And then here we're going to include also a conditional statement. But now this conditional statement is going to be like this. What we can do is let's remove this from this point here. From this point, let's remove it. That. So I'm going to say here if there is no update request, we want it to execute this part. So we are going to return a response dot status, and the status will be 404, and this 404 .json going to have this message. So the message is going to be support requests is not found. So it's going to be support requests not found. Yeah, support requests not found. Support requests not found, like that. Also here below you can do an update. You can do an update request dot status. Update request dot status to be, that will be status. Update request dot status to be status, like that. Yeah. And we're going to use here below an await. So we're going to say await update requests, await update requests dot save, and then we're going to pass here the response dot status 200 JSON, and then here we're going to pass now this update request, this one here. Okay, so we're going to remove this to be, then you can pass that, which is update request, like that. Yeah, so what in case of error, it's going to bring this error because this is not a fetch. let's say it's a update, so you can say here, let's say error in updating the support request. Error in updating the support request. Yeah, like that. Now from this point, what you're going to do now, let's move to the routers. So that will be the support routers. Let's move to the support routers, and yeah, so here it is. Now here in the support routers, as always, you're going to first of all start by importing. That will be express, which is coming from express. Okay. Also, you're going to import some codes which are coming from dot slash, that would be controllers slash, that will be the support .js. Okay, so what you're importing is, you're going to import, that will be the create support request, also the get support requests, then finally will be the update support requests. Like that. Okay, also remember, since we have that middleware, so still going to do the import auth middleware, the import auth middleware, the import auth middleware, which is coming from dot slash middle, the middleware slash, that is auth middleware.js. Okay, now let's put now the specific paths here. So let's first of all start with a const router. This const router is pointing to express.router, like that. And now we're going now to have that router dot get, then passing only dash, like that. And also the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to include now the middleware, that will be auth middleware. Then you're going to now include also the part of the get support requests. Yeah, get support requests, like that. So what you can do here is you can just copy this, paste it. That. Now this one, what you can do is you can name it. We can name it as put or patch, still no problem, like that. But because this put, which is for updating, so it's going to have an ID, like that. And here we're going to change this from get, and we're going to give it an update, so it's going to be an update support request, like that. And this one here, we're going to change it from get, we're going to give it a post, so So it's going to be post like that, and yeah, so it's going to be like that, and then the middle. So the only thing you're going to change is this. So here we're going to put the create support request like that. Yeah. Now the last thing that we need to do is we need to also export it and also now include them into our Index.js. Okay, so what we're going to export by doing an export default export default, that will be router, and export default router like that, and at the same time an export default router like that. So at the same time, like let's now move to our Index.js. Here it is. Here, like in the Index.js, so first of all, you're going to start by importing those necessary codes that we did. So the first one was the loan model. Then you will have the report, and then settings, and then support. So let's start. So the first one was the import. That will be the first one is the loan mod. Okay. Oh, seems like you have the loan model here from this point. Yeah, you have that part of the loan. Now the next one is the loan report model. So here is going to be the loan. So here is going to be the loan report router. So we're going to import that is the loan report router. It report with a single P, loan report router, and this loan report router, the loan report router is coming from /routers/ that will be loan report router like that. Yep, the loan report router like that. Okay. Also, another thing will be the, so we're going to import, that will be the settings. So that will be import, that's going to be the settings. The settings router. Yeah, the settings router. Now this settings router is coming from /routers/ that will be settings router like that. And then the last thing that you have is the part of the support model. So we have part of import support model. So no support requests, support model, support router. Yeah, support router. Now this support router is supposed to come from that will be /routers/ support router. Yeah, like that. So now the next thing that is left is we need now to include their specific path here below. So we can do this, you can copy it. Another thing you can do is you can just let's divide this part. Let's divide it. So let's this, yeah, go up to there. Then here you can copy this part. You can do Control-C. You can paste it. Then paste it. paste it, think like that's okay. Now the first one is the loan report router. So this loan report router, let's just copy it and then can come to this second one here. You can copy it like this. Okay, now this report router, what is going to happen is you're going to give it a specific path. Now from this we're going to change it from loans here, like which path can we add in there. So you can just give it any path, let's say maybe loan, and then you can add just the report. Yeah, loan and then report, like that. Yeah, I think like that is okay. Also what you can do is you can come and then copy this part of the settings, do the same thing. Yeah, okay, and then after the loan report, the loan report, now we are in the settings. Here we can say, you can just include the settings like that. And then here in the support router, just copy it like that. So from there we're going now to include that the support, like that. So let's move this. So it's API users and then API loans, and then you have the loan report setting support. Okay, so everything is but there's an issue with this part of the loan report, don't know why. So let's move to the, okay, let's first of all close one of them. Let's move to this part of the loan router, loan report router, so that you can know. So it's supposed to be loan report router. I don't know why loan report router. Let's look at it. Oh, there's an issue here. I didn't export it. Okay, so you can do here an export. That is going to be export default router. Yeah, like that. And then let's now look at our Index.js. Yeah, and see, like they now look the same. So what you can do right now, let's try to save the all of them, and can see if maybe there's an error, and from there we're going to now test them on our Postman. Okay, getting some error here. Okay, let's look at it. Okay, with the loan report. Okay, and then the loan report model. Oh yeah, there's an issue here. Like as I told you, like it's very important to include the .js extension. Like it's very important because remember this is pure JavaScript on the back end. So JS like that. I think in the other ones they have the, you can just save that. I think these other ones have the JS. Let's look at this. Oh, seems like I was forgetting to include that. JS. Also here, I've imported it like twice. That's an issue. I'm not supposed to do that. Let's move this. That. So let's look at the other one, which after the support and after the support, the next one was the settings. Let's look at the settings. Settings controller. Okay, so settings looks okay, and the loan report controller, yeah, it looks okay. Okay, so from there now let's look at the routers. The first is the support. Okay, the next one is the settings. Then from the settings, the last one is the report. Yeah, so you can do Control S, or you can come here and then just press save all, like that. So now let's wait to see if maybe we're going to get an error or if everything works perfectly. Yeah. 1 minute. Yeah, I think everything is okay. So we can come to the Postman here, and you can start with the first one. So the first one was the part of the loan report. Okay, so let's first of all do this. Yeah, you can see like everything right now is running okay. Server is running on port 5000. So not that. Yeah, server is running on port 5000. So let's start with the first one, which is the what is it? The loan report. Let's move to the loan report. So first of all, the loan report, its path is this. So after the API, let's first of all get because we included the auth middleware. Let's first of all try to log in and also include the particular token there. So let's see. Let's log in. Let's just wait a second. I don't know why it's taking it so long. Yep, here it is. So you can just copy the token. Okay. And let's now move to the part of this part. Let's go to the headers, the arrow. Let's paste it like that. And then move to the body. We're going to change the content of this body. Here at the part where there is the loans, you're going now to include the the loan report. This is the path of the, so we're going to first of all try to post. I think we can post, because you can see here in posting you have first of all an empty stroke there, but if you go to the Index.js, you have the part where it has the API / loans and then report. Yeah, go to the Index.js. So we have also the part of posting here. So let's move to the loan report model. Or is it? Here it is. Now we're going to try to post. We're going to first of all include the total loans. Okay, before doing that, let's go to the controller. I want us to just get them at once. Where is it? The loan report controller here. Yeah, we can just copy the whole of this. Then after having done that, you can come here, you can do this. So the total loan, let's just add something. You can just include that to be maybe 500. I don't know if it's supposed to be, okay, let's just include it like that. The total funds, can include maybe 5,000. The total repayments can be, let's say maybe 34. The active loans, maybe there are 5. Then we have the overdue loans. Overdue loans, let's say maybe there are 3. So let's see. Yeah, you can see everything now. It's okay. So you're getting here, the report is created successfully, and the report is that the total, let me try to move it up. This, you can see here the message that the report is created successfully, and then the report is that the report ID is 3, the total loans is 500, the total funds is 5,000, the total repayments are that 4, active loans are 5, overdue are 3, and then you have the part that it was updated and the part that it was created. Also, you are going to realize that the part whereby you have the timestamp in the part of creating and updating, they are similar. Okay, but if you update it, only the updated part is going to change. Okay, now we've tested the part of post. Now let's try to test the part of get. So can you come here, then do a get here. Let's do that. Yeah, you can see now we're getting this. We're getting this one here, total repayments null, and then active loans. Yeah, total loans are 2. Yeah, like that. That's what we're getting now. Okay, so our report is working perfectly. Let's now move to the next part, which is the settings. Now this part of settings, you're going to be passing. Let's copy this. So what you can do is like that, interest rate. So here, so the first thing, which is the interest rate, so we can say that the interest rate is, let's say maybe, I don't know, 12%, 12% like that. And here the repayment term is that let's say maybe after 2 months. So here, suppose first maybe only a number, then the repayment term, let's say maybe after 2 months. The fees you can just include, let's say, anything. Let's include here the fees to be maybe 300. Then the part of the terms of service, I think this part of terms of service was, I think it was false. No, it was false in it was true in allowing null, meaning that when you try to send it, when it's null, it's going to just be accepted. So well, let's first of all, let's leave it like that. Let's leave it like that to be null, and then I'm going to see if it's really true. And then the privacy policy. Privacy policy is going to be, so what we're going to do here, let's first of all go to posts. So here at the part of the privacy policy, let's look at the settings. First of all, the settings model, is it settings model here? You can see that yeah, okay, the terms of service and the privacy policy, they are set to true. They are set to true when, meaning that a user is not a must for them to include them. So what we can do is, let's remove this and try to remove that, because it's not a must for them to be there. And what we can do is, let's now include the particular settings. So it is going to be settings. So it's going to be here, settings, like that. To have included settings, now let's try to, let's sending, yeah, posting it, yeah. Let's try to post it. Okay, cannot be null. Okay. So it seems like we are having issues in terms of the terms of service and the privacy policy. So let's do this. Terms of service, it's set to text. Okay. Can include that, the terms of service, and here, so the terms of service is set to a text. So you can say, maybe, I don't know if it's true, but let's just say true, like that. Don't know if it's going to bring an error, but we'll find out. So the next one is the part of the privacy policy. Control copy. Yep, like that. So like that. So privacy policy, you can just set it also before. I don't know if it will bring an error, but let's try to find out. Okay, getting errors. Don't know why, but let's see. Error in creating the settings. Okay. Okay, I don't know why you're getting this error. Not null violation settings. Okay, cannot be null. So, but if you do something like this, let me show you. In the controllers, settings controller, in settings model, is it? There's an error. You can see here. I want you to see this. Like there's a typo. Yeah, I included it as interest. Okay, so control copy. But if you come to the controller, or the settings controller, like I was writing something else. I don't know if you can see. You can see this interest. This interest is wrong. That interest is wrong. So it's supposed to be like that. Interest rate. Yeah. Interest rate like that. Okay. Yeah, so also if you come to this point, we have to change this. Like that. Okay, I don't know why I'm still getting another error. But let's okay, let's see. Maybe it's just some typos, but don't worry, like we're going to come to that later. I know like it's just some typos and I don't want to waste your time, but we're going to come to that later. I'm going to tell you why. Like maybe there's some typos I did. Okay, let's move now to the support because I don't want to waste your time with that part. But I'm going to put the link of the codes below and you're going to check it out. Yeah, so in this part of the support, let's now do this. You have the part of create and get and everything. Okay, so let's and I didn't test the part of get. Let's try get in this setting. So let's try to get. Yeah, you can see like get actually works perfectly. You can see you're able to get everything. Okay, yeah, get works perfectly. But in terms of post now is the one that's bringing some issues. So let's do this. Let's move now to post, and you're going to try to move to the part of support. So that will be support like that, and here the support, what you're going to do is let's move to the support controller. So support, the only thing that we're passing here is the message. Even if you come to the support model, let me show you. Come to the support model, you're going to realize so the ID is given automatically and it's an auto increment, and then the user ID is gotten from the token of the person, of the token when the person logs in. Then the only thing we are assigning is the part of the message that you're including is the part of the message. Okay, so now let's include this message here. I just copy it, Then you can come to this section here. Let's remove that. And post it like that. Okay, so the message can be just very simple. So message is supposed to be in form of text. Okay, so let's just include some very random message. In the message you can say something like this: testing backend codes. Testing the backend code. So let's try to send. Okay, so why? Oh yeah, there's an issue because let's remove this. Not supposed to be support. Supposed to be support, not settings. It's supposed to be support. That. Then you're going to send. We're going to try to post it. Failed to create support requests. Okay. Why is that the issue? So let's come here. Let's come to the support controller. Here we're passing only that. Okay, because I don't want to waste your time, I'm going to do that offline, and then I'm going to return, and then I'm going to tell you like how I've been able to, the things that I've been able to modify. Now let's move right now to the part of the borrower. So what you're going to do is also here, now we're going to move to this part, which is the borrower loan model. Is it yeah, the borrower loan model. Yeah, here in the borrower loan model, we're just going to do the same things that we've been doing. I know like it seems like it's redundant, but yeah, just bear with me. But I'm not going to do like into all of them. Yeah, so some of these backend codes are the one who is going to do it alone. So yeah, so that was the borrower loan model here. Yes, this one. So you can just paste that. Then you can change this to be loan. Loan like that. Then here you can just come to this support, this user model. You can just copy the value of it. You can come to loan model. Yeah, let's copy this part here. Let's say from this point here to here. Then let's transfer now the borrower loan model. Now here you just paste it. You can paste it like that. So it's going to be, the first one is the borrower ID type. The data type is integer. Allow null to be false. The references, okay. And then here we're going now to replace this with amount. Here is going to be amount, and this amount is going to, data type is going to be float. Data type is going to be float, and the allow null is going to be false. So even you had amount here. Yeah. Okay, so you can just remove this amount here. Yeah, you already had it. So you have that, and then you have that part of term, and then you have the part of purpose, this part of purpose. So this interest rate is not useful here. You just remove it. That, and then you have the part of the status. So purpose, then repayment schedule will not need it, and this part of risk level we will not need it. Yeah, this risk level. So let's see, this risk level and repayments, risk level and repayment. Where is it? Risk level to purpose. Yeah, that. So that will be the term, and then there is the purpose, and then we have the status. So yeah, the interest rate. Let's see. Okay. So you have the part of the purpose, okay, and the status. So this part of the status. So what you can do is you can take this. Okay, let's do this. Let's move it a little bit, and then you can take this part and let's move it here like that. So the status. So the status is going to be, that is going to be padding, then approved, and then rejected, and then we're going to give it a default. So the default value is going to be false, like that. Okay, and then the status. Okay, that's it with the status. And then the next one after the status, we're going to have the repayment schedule and then the interest rate. So what you can do is just copy this, copy, see like that. So we can name this to be interest rate. This one to be interest rate. That interest. So interest is with an E here. Interest rate. And then the other type is going to be float, and then the allow null is going to be false. Yeah, like that. Then the next one here is the repayment schedule. The repayment schedule. So the repayment schedule has the type of data type to be going to be JSON. Like that. And then the allow null is going to be false. Yeah, like that, false. Okay, so from that point, what we're going to do is you can now add a timestamp. So the timestamp is going to be true. Like that. And then here you're going to do an export default loan. So now let's move to the part of the controller. After having done that, so let's move to the controller. So that was the borrower loan model. Now let's move to the borrower loan controller. Now here in the borrower loan controller, we are going first of all to do an import, and that import is going to be an import of the loan. So we're going to do import loan. This here. like that. So also you're going to create here a function that will be export const create loan. So it's going to be export const create loan, and it's going to be an async function, and then passing the request, the response. And then here inside you're going to now pass, so it's going to be pass the const. So the first thing is we'll be passing the amount, and then we'll be passing the term, and then the interest rate, interest with an E, the interest rate. Then you have the repayment schedule, the repayment schedule, and all of those are pointing to the request.body, So also we are going to create here a try cache. So still the same. So this cache, let's start with this cache. So this cache is going to do a response.status of 500.json. Then it's going to give so the error is going to be failed to create, let's say failed to create a loan request, failed to create a loan request, like that. Now, and then in this part of the try, what you can do is you can do a const, let's say new loan, const new loan to be, then to say await, that will be the loan.create, and then we'll be passing, that is the borrower ID. Then we'll be passing also the amount, and then the term, the purpose, the interest rate, the repayment schedule. Good. Then finally we're going to say a response.status of 201.json. So that will be response of the status 201 of JSON. So and then that will pass that will be the new loan, like that. Okay. Now that is for creating the new loan, but what about in terms of getting now the loan? In terms of getting the loan, then you're going to do this. We're going to do export. That will be export const get loan by ID. Then still it's an async function, but let's do this. Copy. Okay, so let's say get loan by ID, and then change this from that to this. So okay, so here in getting, you say passing the response and then the request and then the response. So let's remove this because we won't need it. So you're using here the try cache, so the try, and then to be const try const. So let's remove this one because I don't think we'll need this, all of this on this part here. Or what you can just do is, let me show you. Let's remove this, and you can do let's say const loans to be await, const loans to be await, and then that will be loan dot find all, loan dot find all, that. Then here we're going to pass a response dot status, response dot status. So in the response dot status, so we'll be passing the status of 200, and then dot JSON. Then now we're going to pass now the specific loans. Yeah, that specific loans like that. So also what you can do here is, let's remove this because we won't need this. So in terms of catch, so it will catch this error. So failed to, no, this is supposed to be failed to retrieve loans, or maybe failed to get loans, failed to, let's say get loans. Yeah, I think that is okay. Also, let's say in terms of getting loan, because you may want maybe to get a specific loan, like you don't want to get all of them, not get them by an ID. So what you're going to do is you can do this, you can come and then we can copy this, and then from this point you can paste it. So what you're going to do is you're going to say get loan by, no, this is supposed to be, this is get loan by ID, so this is supposed to be get loan, yeah, get loan like that, or get all loans, just get loans like that. So this one is supposed to be get loans by ID. Now this get loans by ID still is an async function, so so it will be passing the request and the response. Then here we need also to include now the particular ID, so we're going to do a const, then pass the particular IDs. These ID are going to be pointing to, that is the request dot params, request dot params like that. Then we're going now to have a try cache here. So in terms of error, I think this can be okay. Failed to get loans, failed, because this one you can say just failed to get the loan, or maybe failed to get, failed to retrieve loan. Yeah, let's say it failed to retrieve loan, not loans, loan, since we are using an ID, so it is supposed to be one. So yeah, that's the term of the error. Now in terms of this try, still we're going to pass let's say const loan, not loans, let's say just loan because it's one, const loan to be await dot find, not find all. Here we're going to say find by pk, so we're going to remove this, we're going to say find by pk, and we're going to now put the ID there so that the specific loan can be detected, can be found. Then we're going to use a conditional statement here, and now passing the loan, the specific loan. Here we're going to do now a response dot status, a response dot status. And then in the response dot status we're going to pass 200, the code 200 .json, and then passing out the loan like that. This is not supposed to be loan, supposed to be loan. Okay, now passing the loan like that. And then you're going, since it's a conditional statement and you want to use the if else, so we're going to say else in case of anything. So it's going to be request dot status. Let's see, status, the response dot status of, and then to be 0404. This 404 dot JSON, 404 dot JSON. So the specifier is going to be this. You can say something like maybe loan is not found. Loan is not found. Yeah, the loan is not found. Something like that. Yeah. So from that point, we have created like the specific controllers for getting the loans, for getting a specific loan, and then for creating a loan. Let's now move to the router. That will be the borrower router. Or is it? Okay, it is borrower loan router. So at this point, we're going first of all to do an import of the router, and then after having imported that router, we're going to import it from, that will be express. Also, we're going to do an import of some. We're going to import now those some of those components of the controller. They're coming from dot slash controllers slash, that will be the borrower loan controller, like that. But remember to include the .js, because if you don't include it, then get errors. Okay, so what you're trying to import, first of all, you have the create loan, then you have the get loans, and then we have the get loans by ID. Okay, like that. Also, you're going to do a const router to be, that is router, that, and here we're going to have to do a router dot post, and then here remember, like there was a middleware that you are using for the authentication middleware, so you can just import it. You can import that will be import auth middleware, and we're going to use it here. So let's put it here, auth middleware, and here in the part of post you're going to say create loan, like that. Now you can come and then you can copy this, paste it a couple of times like that, and then the most important thing is to export it. So you're going to do an export default, that will be the router. Yeah, an export default router. So from that point, the first one was the post, so let's change this to be a get. That will be get, and then here you can change it to get loan. Let's see. I change this to get loans, like that. Okay. And also after having created that, so here you can change it. You can change this to get that, then middle, and then here you can say get loans by ID. Get loans by ID. Yes, like that. Yeah, so we're through with that, but we're not going to do anything. So what you're going to do is you're going to include everything for the borrower. Then from that point you're going now to test them in the postman. Okay, because I don't want us to move back and forth when we are making this part and then moving to the postman. This is like, that's going to waste a lot of time. Now let's move to the next section, which is the part of the profile. Yeah, so profile. So in the part of profile, what you're going to do is you're just going to move to the part of the user controller, because remember in this user router, yeah, okay, first of all, yeah, in this user router we don't have those specific paths, but we're going to include them later. Okay, so but what we're going to do, first of all, let's move to the, where is it, not user model, it's supposed to be user controller here. Now this part of user controller, what we're going to do is, here you can see, like in the user controller we only have the part of registering and the login of user. Now we are going to add here below the things that are going to be dealing with the profile. Okay, so the first thing is going to be when a person wants to update when they want to update their profile. I just add this to be profile stuff like that. So here is going to be, let's say, export. There's going to be export const update user profile. Export const update user profile. So it's an async function. See the same, instead of writing this and then wasting time, so let's just copy from here to here. Like that. So update user profile, so you're passing the request and then the response. So in this part we're going to be updating, that is the name and the email. So we're going to be passing here, let me show you. We're going to be passing the name and the email, passing the name and the email to be to the requested body. Then in the try cache, now let's first of all start with the error. So response the status JSON. Now the specific error here is going to be the server error, and also if we are going to get an error, we want to see the specific error, so you can just include that error there like that. Yeah. So now let's move to our try. So here we're going to say const user to be await, that will be user find by, not find by 1, but let's say user find by pk. Okay, so what we can do is let's remove this, find by pk. Now this, in the find by pk, we're going to again here pass the request dot user dot id, yeah, like that. The request dot user dot id, and then what we're going to do is we're going now to include here a conditional statement. So here we're going to say if there is no user, so since we don't want to check the password, just say if there is no user. So let's remove this like that. So here we are saying, like, if there is no user, want this to happen. So it's supposed to return response.status 400, let's say 404, because if user does not exist. Okay, and it will give this specific message, which is user is not found. I say user is not found or user not found, so say just user not found, yeah, like that. If there's no user, then to give the status 404. Now in terms of updating, what you need to do is here, now let's update it. Here's where we're going to update it. So you can do something like the user dot name to be here name, and passing the user dot name. then user.name, user.email to be, that is the email, or that will be the user.email, yeah, like that. Okay, so from this point, what you can do is we're going to do now on await. So it's going to be await user.save, await user.save. And from this point, you're going now to do, let's remove this part because it's not required. User.save. So we're going to say response.status of 200.json. Then here the particular thing I'm going to send is the message. So we're going to say here, so the message. Then here we're going to pass the specific message, which is profile is updated successfully. Profile updated successfully. Profile updated successfully. Then passing the user like that. Yeah. So that is in terms of updating the user. Now, what about in terms of getting the user profile? Because that's what we want. Okay, we want like to be able to get now the particular user profile. So what you can do is we're going to do now an export. We're going to do an export const. Let's say get. Let's say get all user, get not get user profile to be async. Just these are just the same things. Let's just copy it from this point here. Same thing. Okay, so let's move here. Like that. So yeah, so async, and then passing the request and then the response. Then you're going to pass here the try cache. So the try, that will be first of all passing the const user to be await user.find by pk, the request.user.id, and then here below we are now going to do this. Here we're going now to give it the attributes. So we're going to say the attributes. The attributes are going to be, first thing is the ID, and then the next thing is the name, and then the email, then the role, then lastly will be the is active, like that. Okay, so don't know if there is an error here. Oh yeah, see the error is, yeah, like that. So is active like that. So here we are saying like if there is no user, then I want it to do like this: response the status of 404, user is not found. Okay, in terms of getting user. Now since we are not updating anything, what you're going to do is, let's remove this part because we're not updating anything. Then we'll remain with that is the response.status of 200, and then that will be .json, then passing the user here. Yeah, passing the user there. Then the cache should be error, and then response.status. Yeah, everything is okay. So another thing, because like remember, one of the main things for the user or for the admin is to be able to get all the users. Okay, nothing that we need to implement. That was for just the profile. What we did up here above right now is in this part of getting user profile and in updating the profile. Those ones are in terms of the profile. Now what we're going to do now, we're going to write some code for the admin in terms of getting users, activating them or deactivating them. Deactivating them. So what we're going to do is, I want us to do this get all users. What we're going to do is we're going to do export const. Let's just copy this. Like writing the same codes every time, like it's just boring. Copy that. So these will be export const get all users, like that, and then we're going to press it like that. So this will be async request and then response. Then in the part of the try, okay, let's first of all to move to this part of error. In case of error, then it's going to print this error. That's okay, but let's remove this because I don't think there's be any error. And now in the part of the try, we're going to do now our const users. And do this const users to be await user dot find all. So this part, what you can do is you can take this part and you can remove it like this. Yeah. So find all, like that. And then we're going to pass now the let's remove this conditional statement because we won't need it. This part of this just gets all the users, and especially if you're an admin, not especially like if you're an admin, so you're supposed to get all that. So the response that okay, let's see. Here let's remove this. The response.json, then you're going to pass now the users, like that. So that's how you're getting all the users for the admin. In terms of now activating, deactivating, in terms of activating or deactivating a user, and in terms of updating a user role, wants the admin to have that power. So what you're going to do also, you're going to, but don't worry, like you're going to test all these codes in Postman, but later. Okay, so don't worry, like you might be thinking that we're not testing, why? But we're going to test them later. But if you want to see them being tested, you can just use the timestamp below, and you can move in front, and then you're going to see it while you're testing, or you can continue with us, and then when you're through, you're going to test the whole of it at once. Okay, so here we're going to do export. Let's just do this. Let's copy the whole of this. Then what you can do is come here, can paste it like that. So this is going to be export const. Now let's update this to be update user profile. I think update user profile we had done. Let me see. I think in terms of updating user profile we had done. So let's now move to updating the user role, because in terms of updating the user role, because a user may be a lender and they may be having maybe difficulties in terms of becoming a borrower again, or maybe that user may be a user but maybe a lender, but they are an admin, or want to put them into admin role. So so this one is going to be, let's say, going to be update. So it's going to be update the user role, like that. Now in terms of updating the user role in the try, so you're going to pass first of all this. Let me show you. Let's move here below. We're going to add our consts. We're going to add our const ID. this const id is going to point that the request dot params like that, and also going to have a const role. This const role is going to point to, that is the request dot body, yeah, like that. Now also here is going to be const user to be await user dot find by pk. Where is it? Yeah, find by pk, then passing the particular id, not the request that user dot id. In terms of updating, we're just passing the id like that. Also in terms of updating, we will not need the attributes, so let's remove this there, yeah, like that. Yeah, so also we can include a conditional statement. You can say if there is no user, want it to return the response, the status 400, and then JSON, and then user is not found. Okay, or maybe let's just make this cleaner. You can do this. You can just remove this and then remove this. Then you can put this on the same line, yeah, like that. That save the same thing like that. And here you can say let's say below here you can say the user dot role is equals to role, and also you can include here an await, so that will be await user dot save, await user dot save, like that. Then here we're going to pass, that is the response dot JSON, so the response of JSON, and then pass the specific message, which is going to be this. I want it to be this, so the specific message, we're going to do message. Then the specific message is going to be user role updated successfully, user role is updated successfully, like that. Yep. Okay, so another thing is for activating or deactivating a user. I don't know if you can remember, the admin has the power of updating, of activating or deactivating a user. Okay, so what the last thing that you can do is I just copy this, no problem. Control copy, then you can come here, paste. Now what you can do is you can come here, then you can change this to be, let's say, the part of, let's say, toggle the user activation, because let's say you can activate a user if they are active, or yeah, when the user registers they are active by default, but if maybe a user misbehaves, you can deactivate them, you can deactivate their account, so like that. So activation, yeah, so export const toggle user activation, so passing the request and then the response, like that. Then here it be const passing only the admin. We won't need this part of the role because we're not dealing with anything but role. So passing the ID, the requested params. Then you're going to do const user to be await user find by pk, passing the ID. If there is no user, want it to return no user. Okay. Now here we're going to say if the user is active or if the user is not active. Now here what we're going to do is we're going to say if user dot, let's say, is active, if user is active, then, or if user, or if the user is not active. user is active or user is equals to or if user is not active. So we want to first of all to put here an await. So it's going to be an await user.save that part, and after having saved this, so we're going to say the response.json is going to be the specific message that is going to be displayed. It's supposed to be this. So the message is going to be this, which is user activation status changed successfully. User activation status changed successfully. Then the response.status 500.json. So error, so .json. Then the message here. So the particular message will be, let's say, server error, just like that. Yeah, server error like that. So this part is just for activating or deactivating a particular user. Okay, yeah. So in terms of the routers, we're going just to put that part for the profile only. Yeah, only I don't know if you understand. Like, let me show you. Here in the user router, we're going to include those part of the profile for the user profile. Okay, so we're going also to include, that will be the, what was it, that was the update user profile, and again another thing else, yeah, get user profile. Yeah, let's just include those, and then we're going to include those other ones for activating or deactivating a user later, but let's include only these two first of all. Okay, so what you can do is you can do this, copy, then you can come here above it, paste it like that. So in terms of getting user profile, so this is going to be get. Yeah, so this can just be get. So what you can do is getting a user profile. Remember, you are using an ID. So what you can do is you can just include the ID like that. Then you can include this. You can say profile like that. Yeah, ID because it's a particular person, and yeah, it's a particular person. Also, can come and then copy like that. Then can paste it like that. Okay, so still the same in updating a user profile. Also, we are going to do the same. You can just come and then copy this. You can come here and then you can paste it. Here again, you're going to do that. It's going to be the ID slash. In terms of updating, you can say, you can just put the update here. Update, yeah, update like that. But in terms of updating, it's going to be put, or you can add the patch. So yeah, put like that. I'm going to test that still later, but now I wanted us to move to this part of the borrower notification, but I remembered that this borrower notification, like, it's irrelevant here. Okay, you can just delete it, but like, I don't know, when let's delete it. I don't think we need it, or let's just cancel. Let's just wait, and then I'm going to delete it later. That part of borrower notification, like, I don't think it's relevant to us right now, because we're going to add all notifications in this part of notification controller. Okay, I said, yeah, add those. We're going to add all those notifications in the notification controller there. Now I want us now to move to the borrower repayment. This part of the borrower repayment. So I'm going to start with, first of all, the borrower repayment model. So borrower repayment model, yeah. You can just come here, then move to the borrower repayment model. Okay, sorry that. And then here in the borrower repayment model, let's make some changes. So here we're going to change it from user, and we're going to change it to repayment like that. Now in this repayment, you're going to do this, control copy, yeah, like that. Okay, first of all, let's do this. I think you can remember, like in the part of the user router, or is it? We didn't add that part of authentication. Let me show you. Like I forgot to add it. Let me 1 minute. Computers, and let's wait. Yeah. Okay. Here it is. Yeah, this part. So let's first of all add that authentication. Yeah. So because I think I forgot to add it, so you can do it or import. Middleware, okay, so that you can take this part here, control, and you can add it not in register but in this part of the profile, space that, like that, space that, and then that's okay. Yeah, so where were we? We were at the repayment model. Is it? Where is it? The repayment model. Yeah, borrower repayment model. Yeah. So we change that to repayment. Another thing that you're going to change is the database name. So you're going to change it from this user. It's going to be borrower repayment. Just change it to borrower repayment. Then in terms of this part, so this part we're going to change it from ID, we're going to change it to amount, yeah, going to be amount like that. Then after having included that amount, after having included that amount, you're going to, so the type is going to still remain as a float, not an integer. A float, that. Then it does not auto increment, so also the primary key to be true, that is false. So let's move this part. So after having included that part, we're going now to include the allow null to be false. Also another thing that we're going to include is a validate. Yeah, validate like that. Now, this validate, we're going to first of all have a that's going to be minimum to be, that is 0.01. So the reason why we're including this is just to be able to ensure that the amount is positive. Okay, because remember, like someone might try to include a negative value. We have negative amount, but like that's not good. Like negative just means like you're losing money. I don't know if you understand, but we don't have really a negative because the last digit is 0. Yeah, but you can have -1, but the last digit amount is 0, and then 0 1 continuing like that. So this is just to ensure that the amount is positive. That's why we're adding this part of validating here. Now from this point, what we want to do is we're going to change this from name, and we're going to change it to date. So this is going to become date. Now this date is going to have type is going to be the type is going to be data type is going to be here to be date. Here is going to be date, and then the allow null is going to be false. Yeah, allow null date, and then to be false, and then that's the part of the date, and then a part of the loan ID. Part of the loan ID. Part of the okay. Here in the loan ID, so the loan ID, the type is going to be, since it's an ID, we're going to put the type to be an integer, cannot be a string, so integer like that. Also okay, allow null to be false, and then after the loan ID we're going now to include the borrower ID. So the borrower ID is good, which is gotten from the users. So from this point, what you can do is you can come here just to prevent let's make it, because I wanted to copy it from somewhere, but since I can't remember where it is, so let's just do this. Let's copy it from, let's do this. I can just do a borrower ID, then this borrower ID. So the type is, data type will be integer, that will be integer in integer, and then here we're going to remove this part, and then we're going to now include the references. So we're going to now include the references. References like that. And then now this references is going to be pointing, that is to the model. We're going to be pointing to the model, which is users, model users, like that. And then after pointing to this model users, we're going on to add a key. So we're going to give it a key. So the key will have first of all an ID like that. Yeah. So like that through. So another thing we're going to do is let's remove this part, because we want for this part. Let's remove it. Yeah, so the timestamp can remain, because we want to know which time the repayment was done. So the timestamp can remain like that. Yeah, so we are through with that repayment. Now let's move to the model. That will be the borrower controller. Is it borrower repayment controller? Yeah. Here we're going to do almost the same things that we have been doing. So because of this, let's let me try to copy this and make some changes from there. So that will be borrower repayment controller. So paste it like that. So the first thing that we're going to do is let's remove this support, because we won't need it. So we're going to import, that will be the repayment. Yeah, repayment, and repayment is coming from dot slash, that is models slash borrower repayment model. That also still you're going now also to import the loan. So you're going to say import, going to import loan. Loan is coming from, that would be dot slash models slash, that would be loan model.js, yeah, like that. So here in terms of create, so we are going to do here, what we're going to do here is going to create a new repayment. So here we're going to create a new repayment. Yeah, we're going to create a new repayment. Yeah, we're going to create a new repayment. So we're going to say create repayment. Create repayment. In this create repayment, what you are supposed to do is here in the create repayment, passing still the request and then the response. So in terms of, let's go first of all to the error. I'd like to see here the error first of all. So the in case of error, then to return that let's first of all, we need to console log the particular error. Let's say that will be console.error, then passing that error, which is going to be, let's say, you can say anything like, let's say error creating repayment, error creating repayment. So remember, repayments, these are borrower, like it's in the borrower section, and it's where the borrower repays the specific amount that they got, okay, that they got from, let me fast forward, finish this. Yeah, the specific amount that the specific amount that they got from our system, or they got it from the lender. Okay. So also we need to return this. Return this. So we're going to do a return of the response.status 500. Then we're going to now give out the message, the specific message. So the message will be like failed to create a loan request, and put it like that. Failed to create a support request. Let's say it can be failed to create loan request, like that. Now in this part of failed to create loan request, we are going to now give up the specific loan, so that we can see that specific loan. So you can say so here you're going to say the error dot message. You're going to return out the error dot message, like that. Yeah. But now let's move to this try here. Now in the try, what you're going to do is you're going to now say const, that is first of all is amount, don't have message, so it's going to be const amount, and then you have the date, and then another thing is the loan ID, like that. That is set to request.body. Now here also you're going to say const borrower ID. So here it's going to be const borrower ID, setting it to request.user.id. And here let's first of all check if the loan exists, because we don't want user to pay a loan that does not exist, and he or she cause our system to crash. So here we are going to check if the loan exists. Okay, we'll check here if the loan exists. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a conditional statement, but before that we're going to do const loan. This const loan is going to be an await, so it's going to be await loan dot find by pk, because it needs to find by pk, because remember, like, it's a foreign key, so it needs to get the specific loan from the loans model, or from the loans database, yeah, like that. So using the loans model, so that's why we are using by pk. Also, now the conditional statement that you're going to use, you're going to say if maybe there is not if maybe there is no loan, want it to do this. What you want it to do is want it to first of all return response dot status, that response dot status, and the status will be 404 dot JSON. Yeah, response dot JSON. Now here in the .json, what we're going to do is in the .json, we're going to now give up the specific error. So the error will be like this. Let's say you can say something like loan not found. Yeah, loan is not found, something like that. Yeah, something like that. I think we are through with that part. Now another thing, remember, like, also we are going to need to check if maybe the particular borrower exists. So yeah, we can try to also check if the borrower exists, because if the borrower exists, because remember, like, hey, the specific loan may be there, but maybe the borrower is not there, so we need to check it just to be sure. So if the borrower, so we're going to say here const borrower to be, that is await the user dot find by pk, and then pass the borrower ID there. Also still, you're going to also use here a conditional statement. So we're going to say if there is no borrower ID, that borrower ID just not borrower ID, if there is no borrower, yeah, because that not borrower ID, that because here we are saying const, let me show you, here we are saying const borrower, and the borrower ID represents someone, represents a person, but this borrower ID has been set to borrower. So we are saying here if borrower does not exist, want it to do this. If the borrower does not exist, want it to do this. So supposed to return also a response dot status of still 404, status of 404 dot JSON. Yeah, so and the error that is going to be there, you can say something like the borrower is not found. Borrower not found. Yeah, something like that will be okay. Borrower is not found. Okay, so right now in this course, like what we've done is check if the borrower exists and if the loan exists and if the borrower exists. Okay, now let's do the specific repayments here. Now let's do now here below. Now let's do the repayments. Now let's do the repayment. So what you can do is you can do, like, let's say here from this point, let's see, here we can do a const, let's say repayment. Let me show you. You can do const repayment. So the const repayment setting it to await to be repayment dot, it's supposed to be here repayment dot request. It's supposed to be repayment, the repayment dot create, and inside it we are supposed to be passing inside it here. We're supposed to be, okay, why did I copy this? I think there is an error here. Why did I copy this code from? Let me show you. Yeah, was it the users? I think it was in the support. Oh yeah, I've seen the, yeah, I copied it from this part. Oh yeah, because I was seeing this point. Yeah, so there's no error. Yeah, so let's move to, that was the borrower repayment here. So yeah, so this part is the part that was making me confused. So that will be const repayment to be await, and then repayment.create. So what you're going to do is, let's remove this, that, and what you're going to include inside it, you're first going to include, that is the amount. Let's start. Going to first of all include the amount. Then you're going to include, from the amount you're going to include also the date, and then you have the loan ID, and then you have the borrower ID, like that. And then what you're going to do is you're going now to return the particular response.status. So we're going now to do here a return of the particular response.status, response.status 200. So here we're going now to change it from support request to repayment. That's repayment, like that's, yeah. So from that point I think we are through with the part of creating a repayment. Now in terms of creating a repayment, you are through with that point. Now let's now move to the next session, which is in terms of getting repayment history. So right now I think the borrower can be able to make repayments, his or her repayments successfully. Now in terms of getting now repayments, you can do this, that would be export const get repayment history, yeah, like that. And then it's going to be an async function. We're going to pass the requests and the response, yeah. That. So still is going to be a try cache. So we're going to pass the still like try cache. In terms of the cache, we're going just to take this, go control copy, paste it like that. So it's going to be response.status 500 JSON. Then the message will be, let's say, I just pass, let's remove this, be error dot message, yeah, error dot message. Now in terms of the try, what you're going to do is here you can do a const, then you're going to pass, that is the borrower ID. This borrower ID also still will be set to, that is the requests, the requests dot params, Now in terms of fetching the repayments along with the associated loan information, you can do this fetching. What you can do is you can do a const repayment. You can do const repayments like that. Then in this const repayments, you're going to now include also the await, and pass now the repayment dot find by all, payment dot find by all, and here in the repayment dot find by all, I'm going to say where I'm going to give a condition here where we are passing, first of all, that will be the borrower ID. That also still we're going to now include, and then now in this include, what we're going to do, we are going now to put the specific model that you want. So the model was the loan model, like that, and then we're going to give it an attribute. So the specific attribute is going to be, first of all, it's going to have the attribute of ID. Then there is the attribute of the amount, and then there is the attribute of the interest rate, interest rate, yeah, interest, yeah, like that, interest rate, and then we're going to have the due date, okay, yeah, like that. Yeah, so here below also we're going to pass the response dot status of 200, and then the JSON, then passing that is the repayments, like that, repayments. Yeah. So that's how it is. Yeah, that is in terms of getting the repayments history. Now let's move to the borrower repayment router. What is it? Yeah, it is. We're just going to do the same thing that we've been doing like since we started. Same old thing. So importing express from, that is express. Also another thing we're going to do is you're going to import, that will be okay, before importing that, I want us so as not to make mistake, we're going to include now only the path first of all. So it's coming from the dot slash, that will be controllers, yeah, the controllers slash, that will be the borrower repayment, something like that. Yeah. From this point, we're going now to include that the first one will be the create repayment, and then the next one will be the get repayment. Okay, only those two, because they are the only those two that were there. Also, we're going to import the auth middleware, and then lastly, we're going to do here a const. Going to do here a const router to be, that is express dot router, express dot router, like that. So now let's put now the specific routes. So we're going to say here router.post, then include there that specific path, like that. Then here we're going now to include the auth middleware, and again we're going to do this. We're going to add now the create repayment, like that. So what you can do is you can just copy it like this, then you can paste it like that. So you can change it from posts, and you can change it to get, like that. Okay, so in terms of getting the history of the repayments, here, because here you can now include only the part of the borrower ID here. In terms of getting the history of the repayments, you can include now the borrower. You can include the borrower ID, so that if the borrower wants to get that history, he or she can get it based on the borrower ID or the ID that they were assigned while they were registering in the system. So here we're going to change it from create repayment, and we're going to change it to get repayment history, like that. Also, another thing we're going to do is we're going to do an export default, that will be export default router, go default router like that. Yeah, so I think we are through with our repayments part. Yeah, now do you remember like what I told you in terms of now we have the part of user management, because you want the borrower also to see the number of people or the number of lenders in the system, the number of people who are lending. So that is going to be in the part of user management. You're going to see it in the front end. If you want to see it more, you can use the timeline, and then you can just go to that part, and then you can move to where the video is starting, and you can see the components or the things that the features that are in the borrower dashboard. One of them is the user management. Now do you remember like what we did here in the not user model but in the user controller? Let me show you here in the user controller. Now here in the user controller we added two other things, which was first of all in getting users. Let me show you here. We added this part of getting users. Also in this part of getting users, also we're going to include that in the part of user management, so that but don't worry, we're going to filter it later so that the borrower can also see the users in the system. Okay, so first of all, you are through with the borrower section. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to move now to the part of the lender. You can just come to this part. I want us to copy everything. Let's come to user model. This is a model. You can just copy it like that. Then go to investment model. Like that. And then you can just paste it. So that will be okay. So we change first of all this name from here to be investment. It's going to be investment like that. Also, what you can do is you can change the name of the table from user. You can change it to investment. So let's copy it first. Let's do this. Let's copy it like this, and you can paste it here. Paste it like that from that point. Also, what you're going to do, let's change this from ID and include here to be amount, and then the data type is going to be a float. So change this from integer to float. Float, and then no auto increment, so let's remove this auto increment. Then I'm going to put this the part of allow null to be going to be false, like that. Yeah. Also now we have another part which is here. We have the part of the lender ID. Part of the lender ID. Okay. That's so lender ID, and then this part of the lender ID. We're going first of all. Type is going to be so it's going to be here. The type is going to be an integer. Change it from integer to string, from string to integer, and then allow null will be false. And also still here, I'm going to now include the references. So the references that you're going to include are this. So we're going to include that is the the model, so that will be the users, and also we're going to give it a key, so the key will have an ID. Yes, like that. From that point, you're going now to include also the loan ID here. I'm going to include now the loan ID there. After including the loan ID, so that type will still remain as, so the loan ID, since it's an ID, it's going to be an integer. Change it from string there. So it's going to be integer, like that. And then the loan ID is going to be an integer, and then we're going to include that part of allow null to be false. So it's going to be here, allow null is going to be false. And then we're going to also to include the references. So the references are going to point to here. Let me show you. So we're going to have here the model. So the specific model is the users. So no, there is an issue here, because the loan ID is not going to have the references, because let's see, the loan ID is not supposed to be having this reference, but you can add it if you want to access the specific loan from the loans, and the model is going to be loan. Okay, but let's not include that for now. Yeah, that part, let's not include that for now. So after having done that part of the loan ID, let's now move to the part of the that is the status, because we want to know if the particular investment, if it's pending or if it's funded. Okay, so let's see. The loan ID, not loan ID, sorry, it's supposed to be status. Yeah, status, like that. So the status, remember, like this is optional, but you can include it just for tracking of the status, or just tracking of it. So you can just control copy, come here, then put this there. So let me show you. Okay, so it's an enumeration. So but here we're going to include only this part, so we're going to include the pending and the funded part. So we're going to include the pending and the funded part. Yeah, that will be funded. And then let's remove this part of the borrower here, because we will not need it here. You can just do this and then get rid of it. So status will be pending and then funded. From that point, here we're going again to include a default value, because let's say if you have invested your amount, then you're going to give it just a default value. So we're going to give it a default. So the default value is going to be just pending, like that. And then here, what we can do is, let's remove this. Let's do this. Okay, so here we're going to add that part of, let's remove this, let's cut this, and we're going to add the part of repayment progress. So it's going to be repayment, let me show you. Repayment progress, yeah, so repayment progress, like that. But this one is, remember, like, it's still optional, and the type is going to be not boolean, so the type is going to be float. Yeah, type is going to be float, like that. And the default value, you can give it to, let's say, maybe 0, not to true. Default value, you can give it to 0, like that. Then it's going to have also the timestamp, like that. But let's change this to, let's do this, let's copy this, I'll copy, then paste it here. That. Now let's move to the, what is it, the investment controller. Yeah, the investment controller. Now this investment controller is the one that is going to contain the part of when you want to invest your specific loan, or you want to invest your specific amount. So the first thing you're going to do is, first of all, you're going to import. Okay, so I'm going to import, that would be the investment, and the investment we're importing it from /models/ that would be investment model.js, like that. Also, we are going to import, that is the loan, and loan is coming from /models/ that would be the loan model.js, like that. Yep. Okay, so from this point, what you can do is, let's move to maybe this loan controller. I want us to copy something. Let's come here and let's copy the first function here. Let's copy this. I think this one looks good. Yeah, this one looks okay. You can copy this. Then let's move now to our investment controller. You can paste it like that. Now, so the first thing you're going to change this to be invest in loan. So the function name is going to be invest in loan. So invest in loan, and still it's an async function. Then passing the request and then response. Then here we have the try cache. Let's first of all remove this part here because we won't require it. Also, here in the try, what we're going to do is we can include a console.log here. Let me show you how. You can include a console.log, and that will be the request, and then .user, the request, and then the user, like that. So this one, it's going to check if the request.user is being populated. Yeah, it's being populated successfully. Yeah, in terms of the console.logging it, but it's not a must, or it's not a must for you to include it. Okay, so we're going to now do let me show you. So we're going to do a const. Let's remove this. Then you're going to pass the amount, then pass the loan ID, and all of them we are going to put them, we're going to put them to that the request dot body, request dot body, like that. And again we're going to now create another const, so that will be const lender ID to be, that will be the request dot user dot ID, or if that is not true or is not, doesn't exist, so it's going to be request dot the body, request dot the body dot the lender ID, something like that. Yeah. Now here we're going now to use an if statement. So we're going to say here, if the lender ID doesn't exist, so here we're going to do so we're going to say if the lender ID, if there is no lender ID, then we need to do this. So if there is no lender ID, so it's going to return this response.status of 400 of 400. Let's return 400. Then the message will be, let's say a lender ID is required. If maybe there is no lender ID. Okay, so here we're going to say, yeah, let me show you. So lender ID is required. Yeah, lender ID is required, like that. Yeah. After having done that, what you can do is we again like going to, we can also move just to this part of the cache and try to see like if everything is okay. That is going to be the response.status 500 JSON. The specific message that is going to give is, let's say, let's change it to this message in case of any error. So the error will be that will be error investing in loan. Yeah, like that. Error investing in loan. Then we're going to give out the specific error. Now, from that point, where are we? Here above. So we say that if there is no lender ID, so you can say lender ID is required. And then here you can say, you can say here const what have I done here? Okay, let's come here. You can say here const loan await, const loan await, and then you have the loan dot find by pk, then passing the specific loan ID, that. So also after having done that, what you're going to be required to do is, let's do this. Let me remove this so that I may not confuse you. After having done that, where's my cursor? Okay, here it is. So after having done that, what you're going to do is you're going now to use an if statement. So if we're going to say if there is no loan, want this to happen. If maybe there is no loan, want this to happen. So it's going to return a response.status of 404, and the status 404 is going to have this specific message. So the message will be the loan is not found. Loan not found. Yeah, loan is not found. So I like that. So yep, like that. So from this point also we're going to say like in the const investment is equals to await investment. Const investment is equals to await investment dot create. First of all, create the amount, and then have the lender ID and the loan ID, like that. Yeah, so okay, like that. On the specific response status, so it's going to be response.status, supposed to be of 201 with this specific JSON. And which has the message loan not found. Yeah, like that. Let's say here if they okay, if okay, no, it's not supposed to be like if the investment is equal to investment. Oh no, we're not supposed to put this. So you're supposed to put a message of, because this part is when if we are able to create an investment successfully. So this one is supposed to be investment successful. Yeah, investment successful, like that. Yeah. Then we're going to pass now the investment like that. Now in terms of this error, I was saying like passing now the specific error, but also you can console log the error, so that in case of any error you can also console log it, but this is optional. Console.error. So we are passing now the specific error, which is error, like that. So, but that is optional, so you can include that part. Yeah, console.error, and then passing the specific error. Also here we have the response.status of 500. Also you have the JSON. So the specific message here, let me do this. Let's remove this part. The specific message here is supposed to be this. Let's say maybe error investing in loan. Yeah, error investing in loan. Yeah, like that. So from that point we are through with the part of investing loan. And in terms of getting the lender investment, because remember, like after you made an investment, then we need to be able to get that investment. So we can do an export const, let's say, or instead of doing all those things because they are almost the same, let's do this. Let's copy this. Okay, control copy and do this. Let's paste it here. So we're going to do a const, export const, and then change this name from loan investment and change it to get lender investment. So here is going to be get the lender investment, get lender investments. Then I think passing the request and then the response, and then the try. Also what you can do is still the same, like you can try also to can just leave this as it is, so as to be able to see if it's being populated, if the request.user is being populated perfectly. And also, or what we can do is also you can add it, you can add some comment here, just prevent any error. So you can do the request.user, not just this comment for the sake of it. Yeah, request.user, just like that. Now, at that point, also can now include a conditional statement here to ensure that the request.user is defined properly. So what you can do is you can say if the request.user, let's remove this, you can say if the request.user, if there is no request.user and maybe there is no request.user.id, we need it to do this thing. Now what do we want it to do? Okay, so still going to have the same status code, but the message is going to change. So it's going to be here, lender ID is required still. Okay, and so let's say if you come to here below, so it's going to be const lender ID. So we're going to add here, you can add here the const lender ID. It's going to be to request.user.id, request.user.id. Then I'm going to say here const investments is equals to await investment. So what you can do is, let me show you. You can do here, you can do const investments is equals to await.investments, await.investments, await.be investment, investment dot find all, not find by pk. So here's going to be find okay. Yeah, so it's going to be find all, like that. Yes, so find all, like that. Also still what you can do is you're going to now give a condition. You can say where the lender ID and also include, that will be the, we're going to include first of all the model, and then passing the loan, and also the attributes, then passing the amount, that will be the amount, and the amount, and then also passing here, that will be the interest rate, and then lastly is going to be the term, interest rate, and then the lastly will be the term, like that. Just like that. Yeah, so what you can do also here is let's remove this part, all of this. Yeah, this part here. Yeah, term, like that. Also, you're going to say this: if the response.status is 200, then want it to do this. I want it just to give up or give out only the investment. So we can do this. Let's remove this part. Yeah. Let's remove this part up to there. So now we're going to include now the investments. Yeah, the investments. Now in terms of the cache, so in the cache we're just caching the error. So if the console.error, it will give out the specific error. So error fetching, okay, so it says 500, and then the message is supposed to be error fetching investments, not error investing. Okay, because here you're trying to fetch an investment, so error fetching investments, like that. Yeah, like that. Yeah. So from that point, I think we are through in getting the lender investments. Now let's now move to the investment router. That's going to be the investment router. Yeah, here it is. Now here in the investment router, we're going to do very simple things. You're going to import, first of all, is Express, which is coming from Express. That, and also another thing that you're going to do is you're going to import. Let me show you here. So we're going to import the components of the controller, or that specific controller, but it's we're going to first of all to include only the path, so that after having included the path, then you can include all of them safely. So they're coming from path /controllers /controllers. Okay. Controllers, then slash, which is going to be the investment controller. But remember to include a JS extension, very important. Then what are we trying to bring into the, what are we trying to get from the component? So you're trying to get, first of all, is the investment loan. Then another thing is the get lender investment. Okay, like that. Now also we're going to, since we have an auth middleware, we're going to import the auth middleware. Or is it auth middleware from that path. And what you're going to do is you're going to do a const. We're going to do a const router. That is express.router. Yeah, like that. Also, now we're going to include now the necessary routes. So from this point, we can include now the necessary routes. So we're going to do router.post. Then we're going to include here the auth middleware. Then include the investment, the invest in loan, like that. So another thing you're going to do, there is a problem here. It was not supposed to be this. It's supposed to be a router. the hell is wrong here? Let's just move it like this. So it's going to be router like that, router.post. So from this point also we can copy this like that. So we're going to change it from posts, and we're going to now put the get like that. Okay, so you have the auth middleware. Also here, let's change it from invest in loan to get lender loan, get lender investment. So it's going to be get lender investment. That. Also, let's do this. Let's export it. So that is going to be export default router. Export default router like that. Yeah. So from that point we are through with the investment part. Now I want us just to do a little bit of something here. I want us to, let me see, let's look at the notification. Okay, the notification here. Okay. Yeah, so let's move now to the notification part. Here in the notification, I want us to do almost the same thing that we've been doing from start. You can just copy the whole of it, and here, and remember, like these controllers that you are making, if you get time, like test them in Postman, okay? Because currently, like personally, I know they are working, okay? Just test them in Postman, because I don't want to start testing with you, because this video is going to be so long, and even you're going to get bored watching it, okay? And yeah, so, and even learning from it. So if you want me to do a different video showing you on your backend side, then you can tell me, and then you can write it in the description, and then I'll do it for you guys. But I don't want to start testing all of them, because it could take a lot of time, and I don't want to waste your time. Okay, so here you're going to change it from user. Let's change it to notification. Okay, so it's going to be notification like that. Also, what you can do is, let's just copy this. Like that, notification. Also, you're going to so the ID will be of integer, and then auto increment true, and then primary key true. Then you're going to come to the part of the lender ID. So what you're going to do is, you're going to change this name from name, and then you're going to include the lender ID. So it's going to be lender, and then lender ID. So this lender ID, the type is going to be an integer. So let me show you here. So it's going to be integer. It's going to be integer, and then allow null is going to be false, like that. And also you're going to have something as known as the references. So the references like that. Now this references is going to have, first of all, the model. So this model is going to be of users, like that. and also it's going to have a key. So the key is going to have an ID like that. Yeah. Also, the next thing is going to be title, because we want the particular notification to have a title, like, hey, why is it, like, why have they received the particular notification? Okay, so it's going to have a title. Let's put it here, title, like that. Then type, okay, here. So it's going to have a title, and then type is going to still remain data type, and then it's going to be a string, and then here in the allow null will be false still, and here, yeah, here, sorry, so title, yeah, so here in the, let's remove this, let's copy this to be here. Then what you can do is, let's remove this part here. Let's remove the whole of this, because this one is not supposed to be here. Okay, so on change this is active, we're going to change it to message. Change it to message, so that will be a message like that. And then now this message is going to have a type of data type of, let's say, string. Yeah, so that would be a string. And then no, let's the message, let's put it to be text, because message you cannot just be a string. Let's just put it to be text. Okay, yeah, so let's make it to be text. Yeah, to be text like that. And then in the message we're going to say the allow null is going to be false. Now allow null is going to be false. Then the last thing that we're going to do is in the part of the type. So what you're going to do is, let's copy this. Like that. Do control copy, and then yeah, paste it like that. So in this part, with the part of this part message, so what you're going to do is type, okay, so type, this type is going to have data type of string. So data type will be string like that, and allow null is going to be false. Timestamp, yeah, timestamp can remain like that. Yeah. Also, instead of having, so now when exporting it, let's copy this. Control copy, and let's export it perfectly. So here it's going to be, sorry, my computer is misbehaving, but we'll continue still. So that will be notification like that. So now let's move to the part of the controller. So in the part of the controller, we're going to, first of all, let me show you our notification. Yeah, here. In this part of controller, we are just going to first of all start with the part of the get. So what you can do is, let's do this. Let's import this. Now let's copy this from this part. Then move to the notification controller. Then first of all, you're going to do an import of notification. Import of notification from that part, and yeah, import of notification from that part. Also, let's remove this, then paste that. So from this part, you're going to say, we're going to start with the get. So you're going to say get notifications. So I'm going to do this and change this to be get notifications. Yeah, get notifications. So we're not supposed to be in capital. Get notifications, like that. Yeah. Then still passing it's an async function, passing the request and then the response and then the try. So the first one has the, let me show you here. So what you can do is let's do this. Let's remove this part. Let's remove this. So here is going to be const. Here is going to be const lender, const lender ID to be set to, that is the request request.body. And here what we're going to do is let's do this. Okay, let's do this. Let this continue be there. Then what, you can just remove this. From this point, what we're going to do, that will be const notifications. Const notifications will be, that is await notifications. Await notification. Const notifications is equals to await notification dot, let's say, find all, and upon finding all, so first of all we're going to give them here some parameters, whereby you're going to say here where first of all you're going to be passing the lender ID, and then here we're going to say order. So we're going to order it in this manner. So first of all we're going to say this created at, and also we're going to put the descending DESC, yeah, for the descending, like that. So yeah. So another thing that's going to happen, we're going to do a response dot status, we're going to do here a response dot status of 200, response.status of 200.json, and then here instead of passing the new settings, you're going to pass now the notifications. Like that. No, it's supposed to be in small letter. Yeah, notifications like that. Then now the part of the cache, so we're caching the error. So we're doing here, let's remove this part of console.error because we don't need it here. So that would be the response.status, so 500.json. Then passing here, let's, instead of passing this message, we want it to pass this error. So that will be okay. Want it to pass this error. So this error that is going to pass is going to have this message there is going to be this message, so it's going to be failed to fetch notifications, failed to fetch notifications. Yeah, like that. Also, another thing, here in the notification, you're going to realize that seems like you're having an error here. So let's see. Okay, get notifications and the try cache, so const lender ID, because that would be request.body. Oh, yeah, okay, when you're getting, it's going to be not request.body, so it's going to be like this. Let me show you how. So it's going to be requests dot user dot id, like that. Yeah. And then notifications, await notification to find out where we have the lender. Okay, we have the lender. Oh yeah, so remove this, like that. Yeah, passing the lender ID, like that. And we have the order. We have the part of that is created at. Don't know why you are getting this error. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so let's do this. Because I don't know why I'm getting this error. So let's try this. Okay, let's copy this. Okay, I don't know, my computer is misbehaving, so you just pardon me. So let's copy this, like that. And then what we can do is let's remove this part, include it like this. Okay, so sorry, just remove the other bit first. That. So what you can do is you can include it like this and include that. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be like that, really. Yeah, so created that, and then in the designing order like that. Yeah, I think like that is okay, but I don't know why we're still getting this error. This one here. Okay, so we're going to come to that later. Okay, let's first of all finish the router. So with the part of creating a new notification, because let's say if you want to create a new notification, so if the admin wants to create a new notification, what we want is we're going to say create a notification. So that will be create notification to be async, and then here we're going to pass the request response like that. Yeah, the request response, and then here we're going to do this. Okay, so here is supposed to be export const get export const create notification from that point. Okay, and then from that point what you're going to do is going to do a const message and then the message is going to be, that will be the request dot body like that, the request dot body, and here we're going to do a const user ID to the request dot params, yeah, like that. Yes, so user ID to the not really parameter, because you're not trying to get the notification. You can say like request dot user dot ID, yeah, like that, user dot ID, because supposed to create it using the particular ID of the user. Also can now create can do a try cache here. That's a try cache here. Now in this try cache or that you have here, going to still look the same as the one that we've been doing, like yeah. So what you can do is just let's copy this part here. Let's come and then copy all of this, then paste it here like that. So in case of any error, then want it to give out this message, to change it to message. And the specific message will be, let's say, error creating notification, because you're not fetching, like you're creating error. This was failing to fetch notification, so let's say, yeah, error creating notification. Error creating notification, yeah, like that. So not really notifications, let's say notification like that. So that is in case of any error. But if there is no error, what you can do is you can now do a const notification, and this const notification you can set it to await. You can set it to await notification. Await notification. Let's see. Await notification. Dot find or dot create and then you're going to pass the first thing that you're going to be passing is the user ID, and also we're going to be passing also the message. Yeah, so the message. Like that. Now after having passed the user ID and the message, we're going to do a response.status status 201. This status 201 so .json, and we're going to pass that is the particular notifications, the particular notification, like that. Yeah. Now from this point, after having passed that particular notification, what you want is to be able now to, okay, now we are able, when you look at this codes, you are able now to fetch the notification. This one you are fetching, we are able to fetch here based on the lender ID, and here we are able to fetch it, we are able to create it based on the user ID, like that. Yeah. So but there's an issue here. There is an issue here. Here we can see that we are fetching it using using the lender ID. Good. So I think this one it's fetching based on the, is it based on the ID? This one is fetching based on the ID. But what about if you can fetch it based without any ID? Okay. Let's say if you're an admin and you don't want to fetch it based on, like you don't just want to fetch only one notification, you just want to fetch the whole of them. Like, is it possible? Yeah, so that's possible, but that one we're going to do it later maybe. And then let's say in case of updating, let's say if you're an admin and you've done a particular, you have done a particular message, and then you've sent it to the lender or the borrower, then that notification you should be able to edit it and then send it to them again. So let's say in case you want to update notification, what you can do is you can do an export. Let's just copy this to avoid wastage of time. So let's just copy this. Just like that. So here we're going to do export const. Here we're going to say update notification status. So I'm going to change this to be update notification, notification status, update notification status, async, passing the request and then the response. And then here we're going to pass the notification ID, because the notifications, they have ID, so that will be the notification ID. Then passing the request dot params. Request.params. Yeah, like that. Also you have the const user ID to be here. So because you want to update it, what you can do is let me share this computer. Okay. So what you can do here is okay. What you can do here is, let's update this. Okay, so let's update it from const so it's going to be from const, so it's going to be const status Then the status you're going to pass in the request dot body. Then it's a try catch, so you're going to say const notification, because wait, that will be notification dot find, not create, because we need like to find it by pbk. So let's remove this dot notification dot find by pbk, and then you're going to pass that specific notification ID. That will be the notification ID, like that. Also, we're going to use now an if conditional statement. So that will be if there is no notification, what should happen? If there is no notification, we want this to happen, which is that is await that will be if there is no notification, want this to happen, which will be a return. Let me clear some space so as to avoid that. If there is no notification, want this to happen. So, and it's supposed to return this. So it's supposed to return the response.status of 404.json. The message should be this, which is notification not found. Notification not found, like that. Also, what you can do is you can go to notifications. You can do the notification, not really notifications, notification dot status that is status, like that. Also, we're going to do an await. So what we're going to do is we're going to do await notification. So that will be await notification dot save, await notification dot save, and then lastly be the response.status of 200.json, and then supposed to give out that specific notification. Here will be the message here will be error updating notification instead of error creating. So it's supposed to be error updating. Error updating notification. And then in case of that error, so what you want it is you want that error to be shown there, like that. So from that point, let's now look at our router. So we had this issue here, and so we had this issue here, but like this is not a very big issue, because what you can do is you can do this. You can remove this. Let me show you. You can remove this part, and here, so we can do here to be consts, and ID to be this. Okay. This one is getting notification by ID. getting notification by ID. Yeah, so okay, so the error here we're getting is this. I don't know why we're getting this error. This one is expected here. Do that, and then okay, we're going to come to that later. Let's move first of all to the notification router. That will be the notification router. Here the notification router, the things that we're going to import. So we're going to import first of all Express, which is coming from Express. Also we're going to import also we're going to import some components which are coming from /controllers/ that will be notification controller.js. yeah, so what are we going to be importing? So the first thing that we're going to be importing is get notification. Then the next thing is going to be importing is create notification. Then we're going to import that the get user notification, get user, okay, let's say part of updates, yeah, because we already have the get notification, so get the update notification status, yeah, like that. Also we're going to need to install also the auth middleware, so we're going to do an import auth middleware. Let's see, okay, import auth middleware coming from that path. Also another thing that we're going to do is going to do a const. We're going to do a const router. Const router to be, that is express dot router. Okay, so here we're going to do the router dot posts, and we're going to pass here the auth middleware, and also we're going to pass the create notification, like that. Okay, also what you can do is you can copy it, you can paste it a couple of times here, and like that. So from this point, so this one is post, so automatically, and then create. So in terms of get, so we're going to do this, we're going to remove this, then we're going to say get. This one in get, since getting by ID, so we're going to do the ID here, and it's going to be changed from create notification to get notification, like that. Also this part, the part of the update, we're going to change it from post to put, like that. And what we're going to do is we're going to change it based on the particular notification ID. So we're going to add the notification ID, like that. And this part of create notification, I'm going to change it to update notification, like that. Also let's do an export const, so we're going to do export default, that will be a router, export default router, like that. Yeah, so I think from that point everything is okay. Let's look at our loan controller. There's something that you had forgotten to include here in the loan controller. Can you include it? It's for checking the risk of a particular loan. So this one is just for checking risk of a loan. Check risk of loan, something like that. Yeah. So what you can do is you can say calculate risk level. Calculate risk level. Then you're going to be passing, that is the amount and the term. So you're passing the amount and the term as the parameters, and what we're going to do is we're going to now do an if else statement. So we're going to say if the amount is greater than, what you can say is maybe 50,000, and the term is less than 12 months, so that will be considered as so the return will be high risk. So but this part of high risk, it will be done automatically when the borrower tries to put them, when the borrower tries to ask for a particular amount in the system, it will be included automatically. So also we can do else if the amount is greater than, that is 10,000, and the term is less than or equal to 12. Want to return the median, and then else return low. Like that. So from that point I think we are through with the most necessary parts, but I'm going to come and show you maybe where the error is with these parts. Okay, yeah.